margins, often competing on lower labor expenses and homegrown adaptations to cut costs, sometimes what we locally call jugaad. Productivity improvement in these sectors will matter far more for national income than incremental gains in already digitized sectors. And mind you, I am not talking about replacing labor at scale. I think the opportunity here is different. Embedding intelligence into existing systems to reduce defects, limit waste, lower energy consumptions, strengthen audit preparedness. And let me talk about a sector that I am most familiar with, textiles. Contributing to 2.5% of the national GDP, 10% of merchandise exports, the second largest employer in the entire ecosystem, a domestic ecosystem worth around $140 billion, an exports ecosystem worth $40 billion, employing 4.5 crore people, 45 million people directly. How can we move the needle in a sector that is so critical as exports? And how can we blend productivity, sustainability, and bring them together in a manner that improves not just productivity, but global competitiveness? AI-enabled quality inspection can detect weaving or dyeing defects in real time. Predictive maintenance tools can reduce machine downtimes. And I could go on and on. But I really don't want to presuppose your study. I think this is what your study is supposed to tell us at the end of this study.
You're making our jobs easier.
Yeah. Or more difficult. But what I do want to say, that each gain at the unit level may appear small and incremental, but across thousands of MSMEs, the cumulative impact on quality, operating margins, and export reliability will be significant. And that, I think, is the economic logic of use of AI at the factory floor, in manufacturing, in MSMEs. Global competitiveness no longer depends on labor or wage arbitrage. Global buyers increasingly value consistent quality, delivery reliability, transparent supply chains. They demand granular visibility across production networks. And AI-driven measurement networks can allow Indian firms to meet all these standards at lower compliance and verification costs. Another important dimension is sustainability. Data-based traceability has now become a market entry requirement. And here again, real-time measurement systems using AI, which track emissions, water, energy intensity continuously rather than retrospectively, will help us break into these markets. But why is this study important for us? This study is important for us for one important reason. And what is that important reason? Readiness will determine what scales. Across the MSME ecosystems, we have firms which are very good at what they are doing, which are competitive at what they are doing, but they are unevenly monitored, they are partially digitized, and it is important for us to lay a level playing field for them to using AI. But before they can start doing that, they have to digitize. They have to adopt some of the basic traceability, data interoperability mechanisms, and this is what we are looking at from this study. What is the second thing that MSMEs need? For them, any returns from AI have to be visible, have to be time-bound, they have to accrue to them in a short period of time. Next, cluster-level deployment is important. Shared digital infrastructure, common data standards, collective service platforms can help us adopt lower adoption costs and create scale efficiencies. Fourth, vendor lock-in has to be discouraged as much as possible. And finally, and what is most important, AI has to be seen as productivity enhancing, not labor displacing. We cannot look at it as an either or issue. We are not looking at AI to displace labor. It is not a productivity versus a headcount issue. It is improving productivity, making labor more productive while adding to global competitiveness through real-time monitoring, lower machine downtime, etc., etc. Therefore, the focus needs to shift from headcount management to productivity, value upgrade, global competitiveness. AI adoption in MSMEs will improve only when quality is improved without impacting jobs. All these things have implications for policy, but we will discuss them when we get this report. All I want to say at this point of time that I really look forward to NISG and Athena coming up with implications of adoption for policymakers, what regulations need to change, what kind of fiscal support may be necessary to increase adoption, what kind of monitoring tools may be necessary to enable and evaluate AI adoption impact at scale. But irrespective of what the results of this study are, we are quite clear that the next wave of AI growth will not just come from code, it will not just come from companies, digital native companies scaling rapidly, it will come from machines, shop floors, and supply chains becoming adaptive, and intelligent. And finally, I began with a provocative statement. I must end with one. India's battle for AI will be won or lost on the factory shop floor. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. Thank you so much. I just want to call out one specific, so much there, right? Like, but the sustainability dimension to such a powerful one, and is so much more pronounced in textiles, and in something that we're very excited to learn more about as we hit the factory floors and think about where that fits in. So thank you, sir, for that really inspiring and brilliant summary. Now I have the honor of inviting Mr. Raman Sharma, Joint Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals.
Sector to which I belong. Just to give you a perspective, in India we have roughly around 10,000 units who are into pharmaceutical product manufacturing, and out of these almost 80 to 85% are MSMEs, and the rest are large scale units. Now when it comes to the output of pharmaceuticals in the country, now 80% is actually delivered by the 20%. And the 80% MSMEs, they deliver only 20% of the output. Now, this is where I think the problem lies. And there are precisely two problems that we face in the pharmaceutical sector. Number one is without the scale, the cost of manufacturing of the MSME units is way too high. Number two, the quality issues are there. Now, to basically address the quality issues, the Government of India, the drug regulator, had taken an initiative, and they made it mandatory that all the units who are into pharma manufacturing, they need to be compliant to the WHO GMP, or we called it revised Schedule M. So there is a requirement in that you have to basically invest in a lot of infrastructure, hard infrastructure, I would say. So that is a issue, because the scale at which these MSME units operate, they are finding it difficult to actually convert their units to WHO GMP compliant units. Of course, government has several schemes to basically finance a part of this expenditure, but yes, the progress has been not so good. Of course, many units are in the process of converting their or rather upgrading their units to WHO GMP compliance. So these are the two problems. I think these problems are universal as far as the MSME sector is concerned. High cost of manufacturing because you are not operating at a scale. And number two, if you really want to compete in the market with such high cost, there is a compromise on the quality that happens. Many times it happens. And this is where I
As
think
India
the challenge before the MSME sector lies. And AI, I think it's a perfect tool to basically help the MSME sector to not only reduce their cost of operation but also pay a lot of focus on quality. Now, quality is something which it's not that deliberately the MSME units are trying to produce low quality stuff. Many a times they do not have the required tools or manufacturing
केवाईसी अपडेट के लिए अनजान लिंक खोलना मतलब चोरों के लिए अपना दरवाजा खोलना।
recent cases where
रुको, चेक किया लिंक
there were
सिक्योर
some
है,
issues
सेंडर
with the
आपका
tough
बैंक
syrup.
है।
In the tough syrup, primarily what happened is that there was no check on the raw material that was coming in. The compounds which ought not to be there, or they had to be there in very minuscule.
And he said that because of something really unavoidable, he was very keen to work here, but he has deputed his very senior executive to join us. And NVIDIA is also working with some Indian companies. I cannot share the names at this point of time, for some very large investments in AI infra. They are also working with some software companies for developing many use cases and that safety plane, the control plane, which they are working with certain startups in our country for creating a sovereign AI ecosystem for further augmenting the sovereign AI ecosystem. All the top executives are already here and they are doing about 20 sessions. So absolutely the commitment from all the global AI leaders is present. They are there. Regarding AI deployment, which sectors? Practically every sector. This is the fifth industrial revolution, which will impact each and every sector of the economy and society. We have seen so many good healthcare solutions in the expo, where healthcare will become very affordable because of AI. We have seen education solutions where education can become tailored for every student. So those kind of solutions are possible using AI. Regarding chips, yes, our semiconductor mission is very much cognizant of the advancements which are required for the AI world. And as you go forward in the Semicon 2.0, design will be the primary focus. Design will be the first focus, and we do believe that some big, at least 50 deep techs will come out of India in the coming years because of the efforts that we are making. About the Create in India mission, I'll talk more about it in the coming weeks. Our focus will be to give opportunities to our youth to use technology and the creative energy to be able to generate new content, to be able to tell the stories in better ways in the coming weeks. I'll share you more details about it. Okay, I've covered all these points in the first round. Let's go to the third row now, on the left.
Hi sir, this is Dave from In42 Media. Sir, I have two questions. First is, what's India's strategy to democratize AI for MSMEs and small town? That's the first. The second one is, what's one global problem India can solve with AI that the West isn't built to solve? Thank you.
Hi sir, this is Shaurya Bora. I have two questions. The first one is, what does sovereign AI really mean for a common citizen in India? The second one that I have is, what would it take to make multilingual AI a national advantage?
सर मैं रोशन हूँ। सर जब हम कांस में जाते हैं या इफ़ी होता है तो हर जो बड़ा फिल्म बनाता है वो सोचता है कि हम अपनी प्रीमियर करें। अभी दो ऐप लॉन्च हुए हैं, एक एंथ्रोपिक और एक सेल डांस, उन्होंने पूरी दुनिया को हिला दिया है। इस शो में कोई अपना ऐप या ऐसा कोई एआई मॉडल या टूल कोई लॉन्च होने वाला है कि हमें ऐसा कुछ देखने को मिले?
थर्ड रो इधर, थर्ड रो राइट।
Sir, Avik Das from Business Standard. Just two questions. You talked about the data centers. A majority of investments, at least, has gone into there. But I also wanted to get your views upon the sustainability of data centers, especially in the case of usage of water, as well as the usage of huge demand for electricity. So how does the government really intend to tackle that? And the other question, we already talked about the IT companies' stocks being down. From the ministry perspective, what would your message be to the IT companies who have really suffered quite a bit of a blow over the last couple of weeks? Thank you.
Hi sir, Arundeep from The Hindu. I'm just checking on two things. One is on the multilateral conversations for the outcomes that we have for the 19th. Second is we've seen a lot of conflicting reportings on whether Bill Gates will be coming. Can you kind of confirm specifically for that speaker whether he will be coming and speaking?
Minister Vaishnav, this is Miraj from Leon. My question is on AI policy. Where does India want to stand?
Did you think it was a radical policy?
These women say they're risking their lives just by being here.
I need you to understand what we are fighting for.
The war has begun, and we have to tell its story.
With the government is in touch with for the technological solutions and what kind of solutions we are looking at the end of the session, and is there any kind of counter challenge from the AI big tech AI companies?
सर मैं राजीव हूँ दैनिक जागरण से। आपने सर डेमोक्रेटाइज करने की बात की है, तो इंडिया में भी अभी बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग हैं जो एआई के बारे में जानते भी नहीं। मेरे ख्याल से मैं गलत भी हो सकता हूँ, दुनिया में भी बहुत सारे लोग अभी एआई के बारे में, एआई है क्या इसको लेकर नहीं जानते हैं। तो हम अपने किसान को या जो छात्र हैं या मतलब उसका जो लास्ट माइल तक हमारी, जैसे आपने कनेक्टिविटी की बात की और देश में हुआ, तो लाइक दैट क्या एआई को लास्ट माइल तक आप कैसे ले जाएंगे, छात्र से लेकर किसान से लेकर, और तो उसके लिए क्या प्रयास करें?
बहुत अच्छा क्वेश्चन। थर्ड रो, एनीबॉडी एल्स?
Sir, this is Momita from PTI. Over the last few many hours, people I spoke to talked about how India did so well in DPI, and they were actually saying, exuding confidence that the same can be done by the country. So far as AI is concerned, given that this is the summit for the first time taking place in Global South, what kind of interest have you seen in countries, nations of Global South, wanting to replicate India's AI model? The second question is around concerns. One, of course, was the meltdown of tech stocks, but equally importantly, the fear of job losses. And there's so much youth at the summit. What is your message to them?
I'll take these questions. Third row completed? I'll take the question. First, I'll take this question about awareness, last mile. This is very, very important question. मैं हिंदी में जवाब दूँ, आपने हिंदी में प्रश्न पूछा था इसलिए। एआई के बारे में देश भर में जानकारी मिले और विशेषकर हमारे किसानों को, एमएसएमईज़ को, हमारे ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में रहने वाले नागरिकों को, इसके लिए भारत ने जो सॉवरेन मॉडल्स में काम किया है, इसमें बहुत बड़ा फोकस रखा है मल्टीलिंगुअल मॉडल्स पे। भारत की जो भाषाएं हैं और विशेषकर जो बोलियां हैं, उन बोलियों में भी बहुत अच्छे से एआई का प्रसारण हो सके, एआई के बारे में जानकारी मिल सके और एआई का उपयोग करके उन बोलियों में भी सॉल्यूशंस क्रिएट किए जा सके। वो एक बहुत बड़ा फोकस रखा है एआई मिशन का। अभी थोड़ी देर बाद में एक आप हैकेथॉन देखेंगे। उस हैकेथॉन में भारत की बोलियों में एक एआई का मॉडल यूज़ करके आप 2 घंटे में एक नया सॉल्यूशन क्रिएट कर सकते हो, प्रोटोटाइप ऐप क्रिएट कर सकते हो। ये बहुत बड़ी कैपेबिलिटी भारत ने डेवलप की है। और अगर आप सर्वम के मॉडल्स देखें, बाकी दूसरे मॉडल्स देखें, इन सब मॉडल्स में सारा फोकस है किस तरह से भारत की भाषाओं का प्रॉपरली उपयोग हो सके। और बहुत ध्यान दिया गया है कि लैंग्वेज का और ओरल जो हमारा भारत का ट्रेडिशन हजारों वर्षों से वर्बल ट्रेडिशन रहा है और इस वर्बल ट्रेडिशन में किस तरह से एआई का उपयोग करके और ज़्यादा उसको स्ट्रेंथन किया जा सके वो बहुत इसमें ध्यान दिया गया है। एमएसएमईज और किस तरह से हम उनका उपयोग कर सके एआई मिशन 2.0 में हम कई सारे ऐसे सॉल्यूशंस लेंगे जैसे हेल्थ केयर में है, एमएसएमईज के लिए है, किसानों के लिए है। वी विल बी creating a bouquet of solutions which are trusted solutions, which have been tested on security, which have been tested on all possible parameters. Then we will present those solutions as a kind of like UPI, where the bouquet of solutions is available to the world for using it and not building on top of it. उस तरह का एक मॉडल क्रिएट करेंगे AI का UPI we will create, जिसमें हम कई तरह के solutions जो MSMEs यूज़ कर सके अपनी प्रोडक्टिविटी को बढ़ाने के लिए, जो हेल्थ केयर में ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों के डॉक्टर्स यूज़ कर सके अपने हेल्थ केयर को इम्प्रूव करने के लिए, जो ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों के स्कूल्स में टीचर्स यूज़ कर सके बच्चों को अच्छी बेटर एजुकेशन देने के लिए। हर तरह की इस तरह की सॉल्यूशंस को हम फ्री में यूपीआई जैसा एक प्लेटफॉर्म के माध्यम से एआई मिशन 2.0 में ये प्रोवाइड करेंगे और इसके पीछे का जो इंफ्रा रिक्वायर्ड होगा उस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को जिस तरह से कॉमन कंप्यूट का ये मॉडल बना है वैसा ही और बड़ा इंफ्रा हम प्रोवाइड करेंगे। और जो भारत से सॉल्यूशंस इस तरह के बनेंगे, many of these solutions will become global solutions, just like the UPI has become a global solution today. There are so many rich countries who would like to have a solution like our payment system. Japan has given a patent to it. So that kind of solution, those kind of solutions will come out of India because we know how to work on frugal resources. On very few resources, we can create solutions. We have seen how our sovereign models have been created on very frugal resources. So that kind of solution capability is available in our country only. So we'll be able to provide a totally new bouquet of solutions to the world. Sovereign AI basically has multiple connotations. One of the things is having our own sovereign model so that we don't remain dependent on anybody for our strategic requirements, our own requirements in the country. It also means having a lot of ability to develop new solutions, whether it is in the control plane, whether it is in the chips, whether it is in infra, whether it is in being able to take those solutions without remaining dependent on anybody else's approval to large number of people. That is all part of sovereign AI thought process. Multilingual I have spoken. Apps and models. There are so many models which have been, I think you should go and see some of the models and how they have been rated globally. Regarding the infra layer requirement of power and water, yes, that's a major concern. That's a genuine concern. We are addressing it in multiple ways. First major thing that we are doing is we have invested hugely in clean power. As you know, one of the world's largest clean power facility is coming in India. And we are also asking the researchers to bring out new ways by which the power consumption and water consumption can reduce significantly. There are startups who today claim that power consumption can be reduced by 35% over the current ways of deploying AI infra. So that looks very promising and many new solutions will come. Our message to the IT industry is to go whole hog on reskilling and upskilling the workforce, upskilling the talent. Multilateral conversations, I have spoken about it. About the regulation versus innovation. If you have seen our DPDP Act, the Digital Personal Data Protection Act. Unlike the GDPR template, this is a very balanced template where innovation and regulation are balanced in a very healthy manner. Same structure we would like to.
घर का सारा सामान सबसे कम दाम में लेती हूँ, 2 घंटे में डिलीवरी और वो भी बिना किसी डिलीवरी फी के। और तो और पहले ऑर्डर पे 1 किलो चावल भी फ्री। इस बचत पे मेरा हक बनता है। डील शेयर, हक से बचाओ।
Tech neutrality, I think it's a very, it's something that, again, like sovereign AI, it's a very vast question. Question is, we should be able to control our own destiny. That's more important. And we definitely are committed to do that as industry, as government, as academia. All three of us are committed to fully focus on making sure that our destiny remains within our country. Lots of solutions are coming up which can be shared with Global South, and I discussed about the impact on IT industry already. We go to the fourth row.
Hi sir, my name is Abhinav Sharma, and my question is, so you talked about the productivity that AI will bring. So we all know that it is clearly improving productivity across all the industries, but at the same time it is creating anxiety around job losses, especially in entry level.
I repeat the questions which have already been asked and addressed. If you have new questions, let's ask.
Sir, just last question. So my question is that how does the government assess which job losses are short-term disruptions versus AI will actually create sustainable and long-term employment? This is my question. Thank you.
Hi sir, this is Lalit from Best Media Info. My first question to you would be, yesterday there was a quote from you that said that global OTT platforms like Netflix should work within the cultural context of India and adopt stronger safeguards against AI misuse and deepfakes. Does this mean that we can expect tighter, more structured norms around how OTT platforms are regulating themselves? Because right now there's a soft regulation framework under the IT rules. My second question would be around AI platforms sourcing, attributing norms, and is there any framework from the MIB coming for the revenue sharing or licensing for news content that is being used to train AI models? Thank you.
Hello, sir. This is Ishita from Republic. You were talking about inclusivity, which has been the larger message from the summit. I want to ask you, is India working with Southeast Asia, Latin America and Africa to ensure that we're not staring at an AI divide in the, let's say, next decade? And also, sir, you were talking about AI sovereignty. Could you help us with a big picture of how sovereign is India when it comes to AI in terms of owning our data, models and computing as well? Thank you, sir.
Hi sir, Shweta Punj from Money Control. My question is regarding India emerging as a leader in the global south where AI is concerned. What is our strategy for that? And also the big question, when will India have its DeepSeek moment?
Hi, this is Supriya Roy from the Times of India. I just wanted to quickly follow up a little bit on the sovereign AI comments. What are some measurable milestones that will perhaps define India's success in that area? And if you could just pinpoint on the exact thesis, is it about isolation from geopolitical shocks that it guardrails against, or is it just to be a part of the global AI, have economic control of some sense on the global AI value chain? What exactly is the thesis there?
Sir here. Rohit here from Dynamite News, sir.
So I know it's been asked before, but since it's not been addressed yet, this is Arunav Saikia from AFP News Agency. So there have been news reports about Bill Gates not attending the summit and his name appear supposedly being taken out of the conference schedule. Can you please clarify that, sir?
Hi
sir, this is Navodita from Outlook Business. I wanted to understand a bit on the safe harbor part with AI deepfakes increasing rapidly and cybersecurity experts always saying that it's impossible to control it. Tech platforms always say safe harbor is something that protects them. Will the government relook into it with deepfakes being so massive? And also, we are seeing a lot of countries focusing on age-based restriction for social media platforms. Is that something that India is looking at?
Hi sir, Jatin Grover from Mint. Just wanted to check the last 3 summits we have had in UK, Paris and Seoul. So is there was no certain kind of a binding agreements on the countries. Is India maybe trying to have certain kind of binding agreements wherein some of the things can be enforced on these countries? That's one. Second, on the startups which are building the foundation model here, any kind of a plan to build marketplace for them because monetization would be a challenge. Is the government being seeing themselves as a client or maybe helping these people to get the marketplace?
Sir, Rohit here from Dynamite News. I just want to ask, its government is planning, because India's large population is rely on agriculture sector, its government is planning to use AI to help farmers and farming sector.
Hi sir.
हार्ट की डॉक्टर हूँ. I'm blessed to make hearts beat, but my heart skipped a beat last month. When I was going for an emergency around midnight, my car's tire burst on the highway. तभी decide किया I need to fix my भगवान भरोसे mindset and switch to JK Smart Tire. ये टायर के टेम्परेचर या प्रेशर में कोई भी प्रॉब्लम हो, आपको पहले ही बता देता है.
JK Smart Tire with embedded sensor technology that gives you real-time alerts, which saves fuel and makes drives safer.
And advanced memory packaging or fabrication under ISM 2.2?
Sir, Ronendra from the Hindu Business Line. I just had a query on the bilateral agreements that are being signed here on the sidelines, because there are a lot of heads of states are also coming here in this summit. So if you could share some bilateral agreements that we are getting into the countries.
Yeah. Sir, Pankaj from Times Group. Just wanted to know that will you be working out on the global framework around AI safety, copyright, responsible AI, and will China be a part of this? Because you've invited Chinese companies over here. So when we work out any global framework, will China be a part of that or not? Is the government open to that?
Sir, Ashish from Business Standard. You mentioned that you're talking to 30 countries on the framework for AI. We have recently come up with the SGI guidelines. I just wanted to understand what else can be there on those guidelines so that there is more responsibility and onus on global intermediaries.
Hi, very good afternoon, sir. Ashmit from CNBC TV 18. Just a couple of questions, sir. One, a clarification. When you mentioned $200 billion in investments, is that including or over and above the 70 that we've already received commitments for? And number two, you previously stated that India has, as a statement of intent, leaning towards nuclear power when it comes to AI infrastructure. With the Shanti Act now having been passed, what is the next logical step in terms of incentivizing the use of nuclear energy?
Okay, I'll take the questions from the fourth row. See, I've addressed many of the questions. I won't repeat that for the benefit of time. All yours time is as valuable as anybody else's time. Regarding Netflix, I'll cover Netflix, deepfakes, what else on the SGI guidelines. These three questions together. It's a given that any country any company which operates must operate within the constitutional framework of the country in which it is operating. So whether it is Netflix or YouTube or Meta or X, they must all operate within the legal framework and the Constitution of India. That's very clear. It has to be, it's a global norm. All multinationals understand this, and this is also a well-established legal position. Regarding the cultural context, it's very important for the multinationals to understand the cultural context of the country in which they are operating, because one particular cultural context can make so much difference something which is normal in one country can be prohibited in another country. Something which is prohibited in one country can be normal in another country. So it's very important that the multinationals, they operate within the cultural context of the country in which they are operating, and most companies do strive to do that, and always there is a learning curve in that journey. Regarding deepfakes, I think we need much stronger regulation on deepfakes. I think it's a problem which is growing day by day, and certainly there is a need for protecting our children, protecting our society from these harms. There is definitely we have initiated a dialogue with the industry already on this. What kind of regulation would be needed beyond what we have already, beyond the steps that we have already taken up. Even our IT committee of the Parliament have studied this issue, and they have also made certain recommendations. So certainly I believe that yes, we need much stronger regulation on deepfakes, and we definitely must create that consensus within the Parliament for creating those significantly stronger restrictions on deepfakes so that the society can be protected from these harms. Similar question is about age-based. This is something which has now been accepted by many countries, that age-based regulation has to be there. It was part of our DPDP when we created this age-based differentiation on the content which is accessible to young people. So that time itself we took that forward-looking step, and and right now we are in conversation regarding deepfakes, regarding age-based restrictions with the various social media platforms. What is the right way, what is the right way to go forward on this? Copyrights is also part of it. This is again a very complex item, because most of the AI models are trained on media which is available in public domain, and we do believe that the content creators, especially the news creators, they must get a fair remuneration for the content that they are creating. That is something that we sincerely believe as government, and I think the public policy should also be oriented towards that. We are talking to the big platforms. They have all more or less shown inclination towards having a process by which fair remuneration can be given to the content creators, especially the news creators who are part of the conventional media, where the conventional media's content is being used by the digital platforms. And we believe that there has to be a fair distribution of the revenue which comes out of the big efforts that the conventional media teams create. We believe in that, and we are constantly in dialogue with the big platforms on that. The investment of 200 billion is likely to be exceeded, given what we hear so far. It is at this point in time, what we understand is this is including the $90 billion which has already been committed. But as we go forward, we are most likely to exceed this number also. But I would not like to speculate on this. I would like to give you very clear answers as we go forward. Regarding nuclear energy, regarding bilateral agreements, as new agreements and new announcements come, we will share with you. Regarding memory, very soon we will be starting the commercial production in a very large facility which is going to produce memory chips. Very soon that will be coming. Stay tuned for that. We will be announcing the date very shortly. There are many more people who want to invest in memory manufacturing here in India, and we are also taking up a research project as part of our Semicon 2.0, where we can develop some IP around latest high bandwidth memory chips, and we are finding very encouraging response from the leading researchers on this, on developing the next level of high bandwidth memory in our country. We sincerely believe that AI must be democratized. AI divide is a like tech divide, like any other social phenomenon. It's something that we must consciously try and bridge it, and that's why we are focusing so much on our Prime Minister's vision of democratizing technology. I've covered all many other things regarding who's attending, who's not attending.
आज मेरे टीके का दिन है। इनमें से कौन मुझे टीका लगवाने ले जाएगा?
पूरा परिवार बच्चे को प्यार करता है, तो उसके स्वस्थ और सुरक्षित जीवन की जिम्मेदारी सबकी है। इसीलिए घर के सभी लोग ये जिम्मेदारी उठाएं और बच्चे के सभी टीके समय पर लगवाएं।
Hello, sir. This is Tanvi. I'm from Fox News. You mentioned recently about the idea for global AI commons, and I believe India has a lot of advantages in engineering at scale with what you've done in India Stack, pioneering low-cost engineering at scale. So in this idea of the global AI commons, are you only looking at rules-based standard setting, or are you also looking at pioneering some engineering innovations from India?
Very good question. Thank you.
Hi, Minister. This is Arjun Kripal from CNBC International. I had a quick question specifically on foreign investment. You previously said this year Apple will ship $50 billion worth of iPhones manufactured here in China. Is this going to be higher this year, and if so, by how much? A previous goal was 25% of global iPhone production out of India. Has that goal been achieved or surpassed? And just secondly, on OpenAI, how close are you to getting OpenAI to commit to a Stargate project here in India?
Can you repeat the second question?
Yeah, on OpenAI, how close are you to getting OpenAI and its partners to commit to a Stargate infrastructure project here in India?
सर नमस्कार, कृष्ण मोहन शर्मा। सर दो सवाल है, छोटे छोटे सवाल है। अर्बन एंड रूरल डिवाइड है एआई टेक्नोलॉजी को लेके। अर्बन इंडिया में लोगों को जॉब लॉस की चिंता सता रही है और रूरल इंडिया में कल्चरल लॉस की चिंता। एक सवाल और है सर कि रूरल इंडिया में जब हम जाते हैं तो डेटा और स्किल गैप, इसको सर हम कैसे मैनेज करेंगे?
अच्छा क्वेश्चन।
Hi sir, Rakesh Kumar from New Indian Express. My question is around any investment commitment from the big tech giants who are participating in this edition, or also sir, India is one of the biggest use base for the AI companies. So like what are the
question? थोड़ा सा mic pass रखो।
India is one of the biggest user base for the company AI companies. So what are the investment plans of these companies in India?
नमस्ते सर, मैं आकाश श्रीवास्तव हूँ। सर मेरा सवाल है एआई को लेकर। एआई का सम्मेलन ही चल रहा है सर। एआई का मिस यूज और यूज को लेकर क्या स्कूल के सिलेबस में इस तरह की कोई प्लानिंग है जिससे कि शुरू से ही जागरूकता आ सके? थैंक यू सर।
सर मेरा एक सवाल है महेश केजरीवाल फ्रॉम लोक सतग्रुप से। सर ये एआई का जो प्रभाव जिस तरह से पड़ रहा है अभी इस समय जो दिखाई पड़ रहा है, उसमें जो ट्रेडिशनल जो लोग हैं जो गांव में विशेषकर जो काम कर रहे हैं, जो सालों से अपना काम कर रहे हैं, उन पर भी कोई असर पड़ेगा? अगर असर पड़ेगा तो इस जोखिम को रोकने के लिए सरकार क्या करेगी?
पूछते जाओ हम लोग।
So I'm Ridma from RT India. So my question to you is that India generates massive amount of data, yet most of the LLMs are built and controlled in the global north while they are being tested at a massive scale in the global south. So is this creating some sort of a data colonialism at this point in time? My question to you, sir.
Hi, Mr. Vaishnav. Abhinandan Mishra, this side from the Sunday Guardian newspaper. My question is, when the summit ends on 20th, what are the verifiable parameters that you look at to decide how successful the summit was?
Hello. Sir. Hi, sir. Shavik from Mint. Two quick questions, sir. The 200 billion investment figures that you mentioned, are we largely looking at that from an infrastructure standpoint, or is it more of a holistic AI investment? And the second question is, we have a number of big tech companies in participation. Are we seeing interest from them in terms of engineering related investments and jobs as well, or are there most of their India operations?
Sir, Abhishek this side from Rajasthan Patrika. I wanted to ask Raksha Kshetra mein...
Sir, I stopped him. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll just finish the question, sir. There are a number of big tech companies in participation here at the summit. A lot of their current expansion and job operations are sales driven because they consider India a big market. Are you hearing conversations around them using India as an engineering hub as well? Thank you.
Sir, Abhishek this side from Rajasthan Patrika. I want to ask कि रक्षा क्षेत्र में AI और autonomous weapons को लेकर के क्या हम कुछ सोच रहे हैं, कर रहे हैं, कुछ आप शेयर करना चाहें?
Repeat करो तो.
सर, रक्षा क्षेत्र को लेकर के था कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को लेकर के क्या कुछ काम हो रहा है, अगर कुछ ऐसा है जो शेयर कर सकें.
Mr. Vaishnav, Pallav Bagla, Science Editor, NDTV. A follow-up question on the earlier one, which was in Hindi. What is India's policy on autonomous lethal weapon systems? Are we going to be using them or we are going to be not using them? The other question is, you didn't answer on nuclear energy. Can we have artificial intelligence deployed without atomic energy or nuclear energy in full capacity? And what is your position on space-based data centers?
AI mission से अगर
Sir, I am Prakashan, मातृभूमि.
आटे दाल सब्जी के लिए 10 दुकानें 5 ऐप कहाँ घूमती थी, तो घर बैठे सबसे सस्ता सामान लेना मेरा हक बनता है. अब इधर उधर तो घूमती हूँ, पर बस हॉलिडे पे डील शेयर, हक से बचाओ.
Enormous amount of data collection does not create an unfair advantage for the foreign companies over the Indian AI ecosystem and the Indian model AI development.
Sir, this is Subhash Taturi from Dynamite News. My question is that will AI generate more jobs in India or reduce the employment?
One last question. Nishan.
Hi sir, AI data centers are extremely power intensive and energy cost directly determine competitiveness. Is the government considering dedicated power subsidies for AI focused data center in India?
Hello Ashwini sir, Milan here, independent now and working with the Red Mic. सर इतनी सारी टेक कंपनीज आज AI समिट में आई हैं और हमारे साथ कोलैबोरेट कर रही हैं. हमारे जो IT ग्लोबल हब्स हैं हैदराबाद में, बेंगलुरु में, जहाँ पर साथ में जॉब्स जा रही हैं, उनका फ्यूचरिस्टिक आप रोल कैसे देखते हैं? और ऑफ कोर्स इन एडिशन नेशनल सिक्योरिटी एंड AI, हाउ डू यू सी दैट टुगेदर?
So I'm Shipra from Times Internet. My question is, how are you addressing the privacy issues along with all the big tech companies and the public LLM models that are available? So have you undertaken any, or are you planning to undertake any committee or addressing this privacy issue?
Okay, I'll take this last set of questions. मैं सबसे पहले ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों का और जागरूकता वाला पॉइंट जो था इनको एड्रेस करूंगा. स्कूल्स में और एकदम शुरुआत से छात्रों को जागरूकता हो AI के मिसयूज की, हार्म्स की, प्रॉब्लम्स की, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन के साथ मिलकर ऑलरेडी स्कूल के करिकुलम में ही AI के बारे में जागरूकता पैदा करें और क्या नुकसान हो सकते हैं, क्या बेनिफिट्स हैं, उसके बारे में छात्रों को शुरू से जानकारी रहे. कल से एक मिशन भी चला है. छात्रों ने प्लेज ली है कि वो AI का यूज़ केवल अच्छे उपयोग के लिए करेंगे और उसका एक गिनेस बुक ऑफ वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड में जाने की संभावना भी बन रही है. इतने ज़्यादा छात्रों ने अभी तक ऑलरेडी 2.5 लाख स्टूडेंट्स ने within 24 hours 250,000 students have taken pledge to use AI for good, to use AI for proper uses rather than misuse. So mostly that will become a world record. So that kind of approach we are taking so that there is awareness, जागरूकता रहे स्टूडेंट्स में इसकी। ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में और रूरल और अर्बन में जो कल्चरल विषय में जो लोगों में कंसर्न है, बहुत जेन्युइन कंसर्न, इसीलिए जो भारत के बने AI मॉडल्स हैं उसमें कल्चरल कॉन्टेक्स्ट का बहुत ध्यान रखा गया है। किस तरह से भारत की कल्चर, किस तरह से भारत की लैंग्वेजेस, किस तरह से भारत की हजारों बोलियाँ जो डायलेक्ट्स हैं उनका भी प्रिजर्व कर सके, उनका उपयोग हो सके, उनको बेनिफिट मिल सके, ये ध्यान रखा गया है। और LLMs को इंडियन डेटा पे ट्रेन करने का, इंडिया के जो सॉवरेन मॉडल्स हैं उनको इंडियन डेटा पे ट्रेन करने का प्रयास किया गया है, जिससे कि भारत की कॉन्टेक्चुअल नॉलेज को इसमें कैप्चर किया जा सके, भारत की कॉन्टेक्चुअल नॉलेज इसमें मिल सके। रक्षा क्षेत्र में AI का उपयोग होगा ही होगा, और जितने आजकल नए सिस्टम्स बन रहे हैं डिफेंस से रिलेटेड, उन सब में AI का उपयोग होता ही होता है। तो इसमें कोई बहुत नई बात नहीं रही। AI विदाउट न्यूक्लियर वाला पॉइंट है, न्यूक्लियर क्लीन एनर्जी है, और जहाँ पर भी जिस समुदाय को, जिस स्टेट में wherever people are willing to install nuclear energy, वहाँ पे न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी इंस्टॉल करें, और न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी में जितने इनोवेशंस हो रहे हैं, it's becoming safer day by day. I just recently came across one proposal from one startup where they are looking at micro nuclear plants now. SMR तो हमने देखा ही, सुना ही था, अब माइक्रो न्यूक्लियर के बारे में भी बातचीत चल रही है, उसमें रिसर्च चल रही है, तो कई नई तरह की चीज़ें आ रही हैं। Regarding power and energy cost, I discussed it in the past. Regarding Stargate, already $200 billion investment is coming. I have shared it multiple times. एक ही बहुत अच्छा क्वेश्चन आया कि लो कॉस्ट इंजीनियरिंग के लिए भारत को, और ग्लोबल AI कॉमन्स वाला क्वेश्चन, भारत ने हमेशा नॉलेज को एक तरीके से सारी दुनिया को अभी आज के दिन में डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, which we have offered to the world as a public, as a common good, as a public good, which any country can today use and create solutions around it. And so many rich countries have adopted that framework where we are not asking for any royalty, or we are not asking for any license fee on that. We have given that as a common good. And we believe that this is something which a civilization as rich and as ancient as our civilization is, we have that legacy and we have that responsibility to the world to keep providing those common goods. We believe that as a civilizational nation that we are. We believe in that. There are questions about investment in whether it is only in infra. I think the 200 billion I'm saying, that is about, that is the investment in infra. Over and above that, about $17 billion is committed for investment in deep tech and application layer. In the deep tech and application layer, which is where the VCs are committing that kind of funds. They will be making the announcements, and as they make the announcements, we'll keep sharing with you. I think this number will only increase. This will, and as we go forward, the confidence that the world has on India, that is going to grow. And yes, the big tech is using. They are looking at India as a trusted destination for engineering solutions and engineering innovation, as we have seen in the case of semiconductors, where now the global capability centers, they are designing 2 nanometer chips, end-to-end solutions they are designing. They are designing complete systems. So that's a trend which is already there. I think I covered all the points, and thank you once again for joining us in such large numbers. Enjoy the summit and please keep sharing your feedback. Whatever feedback you share, we are very open-minded government and we believe that this is your summit. This is your summit and make the best of it. Thank you. There's huge response from all sections of the society, especially young people have come to this summit in a very large number. I interacted with many startups, interacted with many students who have come from various colleges. Some people have come from faraway places, from Odisha, from Madhya Pradesh, from Uttar Pradesh. There were some students coming from Karnataka. So huge response is there. We can see the enthusiasm, it's palpable. We can see the interest of the global leaders, that's visible. We can see the investment opportunity that is today countable. It's going to be probably over the next 2 years, more than $200 billion worth investment is likely to come. We can see the commitment of VCs in our deep tech startups.
Investors who came in as families, they say, no, we don't want exit. We'll take it an IPO and we'll be with the company for the next 10, 20 years. So the family office ecosystem has come up in a very big manner in India, which has supported, I know because I'm part of a lot of deep tech forums and I'm speaking on behalf of a lot of founders. This is when institutional capital is not available at growth stage, all of them have got very good access to family office capital in the past 2-3 years, which is just excellent. Indian companies raising money in the US, the shifts have changed significantly and the tone has changed significantly in the past 1 year. Since the news of public market exits, if you see the kind of exits that a US company would do, they say they have to scale to 350 million and that's a much longer cycle to be qualified at a decent IPO. Here at $100 million of revenue, companies are taking exit at 10x revenue multiples. Equivalent companies' valuation multiples are much better. So people are preferring Indian businesses from the US. US investors are opening up to invest. This is our, we've looked at the data, we've seen the sentiments of interactions and now equivalent investors coming in from US investors coming into Indian capital has opened up because of public market boom which has happened.
So just a question or not a statement. Out of your 60 million raised, the first 50 was from Indian investors.
Oh, in fact, I would say out of 80 million raised, 70 was from Indian investors.
Okay, so that's a very interesting thing because I know we as investors invest in deep tech. 75% of the companies were supported in seed and Series A round by Indian investors, including institution funds and family offices. That's a very big thing. And now with that statement, I come to Ravi. Ravi, Premji is an investor in India and outside India, right? How do you view, and most of your deep tech investing is outside the country. How do you view investing in India, difference from US, and how do you think we can get global investors to come into India, into this deep technology, and do you think that will become a tsunami over a period of time? Because we still have to raise another $11 billion in the next 6 to 7 years to do the 50% of RDIF.
Thanks, Sudhi. So let me just kind of introduce Premji Invest. We are a family office. So what people are saying or talking about family offices, we are a large Indian family office driven investor. If you must have heard about our promoter, Mr. Azim Premji. So yes, family offices are now starting to look actively in the deep tech space. But before I get specifically into Sudhi's question, I see a lot of young faces here. I want to just introduce the thought framework as I was coming here for deep tech. Why is deep tech important? And how do I think about deep tech when I am talking to regulators, government, policymakers? And the first thought that came to me was that it is like infrastructure. It is like a horizontal positive or a negative externality that you will have in every sector of your economy going forward. What does that mean? That means that how your deep tech sector is, it will determine the cars you drive, the phones you use, the laptop that you have, how fast is it, what sort of buffering speeds you have. All of those things are, you know, related to the health of your deep tech sector, right? Now, with that as the framework, take a step back and think, how has the government gone about building infrastructure? Now, without getting into technicalities, I can tell you that a lot of push came from the government, from the lending side, from the equity side, to relax and infuse capital into infrastructure, build roads, build dams, you know, give all sorts of incentives. Now, in the context of RDIF, what has the government done? Government has said that, okay, if something is ready for out of lab, but is having a funding gap from getting out of lab to the market, that is where the government wants to infuse capital. And what does RDIF say? RDIF says that 50% will be by the government and 50% is by the LPs. So that is the Indian story that the government is doing now, right? Now, how is the US different from India? It's a very long sort of an answer. I'll just sort of give you 2-3 tidbits, right, to think about. In the US, of course, $30 trillion economy, very mature, deep ecosystem where the academia is interlinked with the industry, with the government. Meaning what? We are talking about a jurisdiction which invented the internet, which came up with GPS, right? And all of this came up through either defense, government funding, or some other means of academia, right? So very different ecosystem. When you come into India, and so the startups are very different, right? So the kind of innovation that happens there is very different, which is what we see. So it is not only about the capital, or it is not only about the talent. It is an ecosystem where in an informal setting, expertise is exchanged. Sudhir, that
Yes.
would be the, I would say, what catalyzes US investments. I was reading 40% of US family offices invest in deep tech or in related, if they deploy $100, 40% would be within these sectors. India is different. Like my colleague said, that where is your ARR? Where is, if you go market, first Indians talk about, is there a revenue stream? So that I think is the difference. But RDIF and various of our VCs and family offices are now stepping into this space because we see an opportunity in India, because talent is there, capital is coming, and we see that this now, of course, we'll discuss the other questions later, how policy incentives and other things can develop that architecture and that ecosystem. That's the way I would put it. Just one more thing I'll just add. CalPERS is the California Pension Fund. Again, I was seeing about 15 to 20% of CalPERS money goes into private equity and venture capital. India, and this is Sid Pai's one of his topics, and I've seen him argue this very passionately before the government, that imagine if your provident fund or your LIC type of money starts coming into this sector.
It's huge.
It's huge.
It's huge, and it's hopefully about to happen.
Yeah. So that's where I would draw the sort of when we look at both India, US, this is what we see. But we see a lot of opportunity in India because of the talent.
So do we get it that now Premji will start investing in deep tech in India?
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. That's why we are here, and that's why we are also founding members of IDTA.
Yeah. Okay. Gopal, you wanted to make a point.
I just wanted to say that, listen, coming back to India, all of you are here. I just want, India's innovation moment is here. Innovation requires a long time. Like one of the companies in our portfolio started 25 years ago out of IIM Ahmedabad, right? And so innovation requires a long time to achieve. It also therefore requires patient capital, long-term capital to support it. Many things are happening here which will completely change the availability of capital for innovation. Therefore, and in this room are potential innovators. And what I'm saying is that, yes, there are many parts of the ecosystem, how universities behave, how investors behave, and we are at that moment of innovation. Reminds me, I was there in IIT in '91 when India changed. and we took the initial steps in this country to open up entrepreneurship to every Indian. And I think what's happening around us right now reminds me of that moment, that we are opening up innovation to every Indian. It's now no longer around workarounds, which is jugaad. It is about boring through to create fresh technologies. And the longest distance between two dots is a straight line. But workarounds are always faster. So this is the time for boring through and finding innovation. There is a sea change in the amount of capital available. We can always say it is less compared to where it is in China and the US, but compared to where it was 2 or 3 years ago, it's a groundswell.
Yeah, absolutely.
If I just add one thing to that, just very quickly. I think during the entire summit, a large number of people have heard, the US is doing this, China is doing this, what is India doing, etc. I think here's the most important part. The US is the largest developed nation, so the different league. China had spent 30 years learning from the best, doing a whole bunch of policy changes, building up their kind of asset base and the show base to end up actually doing that. I think going back to the Cold War, you had these two large elephants that end up actually fighting. India actually truly represents a non-aligned movement. We are actually the middle path, and as Indians have always proclaimed that, we are the middle path that the rest of the world will end up actually following. I think the chaos that's actually inherent in India and the frugality that's actually there breeds innovation. I think the moment you have a large amount of surplus, you never look at optimization. You never look at how things can actually be better. It's just like, let's just throw cash at it. Something will end up actually managing. It doesn't happen that way. The greatest deep tech innovations across the world have always happened from a place of frugality when they had to end up actually making something better. And that's actually inherent to what a large number of people over here end up actually doing. And some of the larger problems that people faced 10, 15, 25 years ago have actually been solved. We have capital. We do have a government that's not looking at deep tech and trying to figure out what. There's a joke that some of the ministers have actually cracked when they parked it publicly, so we can actually say it, that the reason why the IT revolution happened in Bangalore is Bangalore was so far from Delhi. Delhi had no idea what's actually happening in Bangalore. That's how it could actually get incubated, and that's how it ended up actually building up. But now in deep tech, they're no longer looking at a handbrake to end up actually stopping it. So we can't speak about capital, we can speak about policy. But I think the most important part of that is actually the assets. Unless we actually see people get off the fence, end up actually starting up, we're never going to end up seeing it. And as we as people, we look at failure and are like, failure is like failing an exam in school or something. It's something bad, it's something we're ashamed about. It's not. The whole process of entrepreneurship is iterative. For every way you find that doesn't work, you've actually learned, you can end up actually applying that knowledge to something else. So I think the biggest takeaway for anyone over here is, it is a lot more fun to end up actually building when there's chaos than to go to some place where everything works and just being another cog in that machine. Become a builder, you don't have to end up actually becoming a cog.
Chris and then Nishad Bhai.
So, I have been working with the research ecosystem and the startup ecosystem over the last 10 years. And I can tell you with confidence that what is required is to think big. What is required is to actually nudge these initiatives a little bit. And we have examples of technology from India going global.
Yeah.
Okay. I will give you another example of technology from India that's gone global. Of course, all of you have heard of UIDI. But how many of you have heard of MOSIP? MOSIP. One hand partly raised. There's one hand. That's Model Open Source Identity Program. It's running in 29 countries across the world. 300 million people have got IDs with that. And pretty soon, 1 billion people will get ID from that. And on top of that, citizen services are being delivered. Our Diksha, which is a education system that again developed through philanthropy, running in many schools in India. It's actually running in many schools in Africa. And many of these are now moving to developed countries. So technology from India, from a developing country going across the world, you will see now more and more examples of that.
Yeah.
Coming down the line, I can tell you 2D materials, which are the next promising materials for semiconductors, because we need to reduce the power required for AI, right? We need green AI. So 2D materials, analog computing, okay? Developing the entire software stack on analog computing. Quantum, of course, there are many startups which are already now getting commercial in India. You may have seen Bharat Jan's presentation today morning at 11:30. But what you didn't realize, or what you may not have fully realized, is today, when you actually use voice translation using AI, your language is translated and the LLM is in English. It's not native in our language.
Yep.
Okay, so there is an opportunity to develop multimodal, multilinguistic AI, which is what BharatGen is doing now.
Right now. Yeah.
Right? These are all, I would say, the next round of innovation, which will all now go from India to the world, because very few countries are just monolingual, and even US is now multilingual. They will require a new set of LLMs if they want to do native AI.
Thank you, Chris. My one statement, and then I'll come to Nishit. I think fundamentally one message which is perhaps underlying in this discussion so far is deep tech requires longer periods of gestation. Investors have to ask the right questions, not just after 1 year, what's your revenue model and profit model. And I think investors have to change themselves, because investors in India have been asking the same question because of obviously, return related issues. And I think the RDIF effort along with the private effort is going to change that, because investors will not be able to survive if they don't ask the right question. So with that statement, there are many policy frameworks, and Nishal bhai, this question is to you. There are many policy frameworks which are undergoing change in the country for enabling deep tech investing. Could you highlight the top 2 which you think are important to be done in the next 6 months to 12 months?
Sudhi, thank you very much. What I see is that, let me just give my work significantly in the US as well. I think time has come to look at innovation in all sectors. One side is technology side, but second thing is policy side. A lot of innovations are needed in policy side. And I think a lot of benchmarks are also available around the world. So the way in which we look at is this, that whenever new technology comes, a new product comes, one side the industry wants to promote and grow, government's concern is to contain the bad actors. Okay. So balancing the two is a very strategic, important task. This is one part of the game. Second, that even in terms of focus, there are 2 stacks. One is the foundational technologies, whether it is AI, whether robotics, whether it's quantum, whether it's other ones, photonics and so on and so forth. A lot of time and investment is required in the foundational technology. But then the application side is where we have great opportunity. For example, you converge AI with CRISPR and robotics, okay? That would lead you to cyborgs, cyber organs, right? Ambience intelligence, digital twins. There are so many things that you can do beyond normal AI. Second thing I find here, slight difference, when in China or in the US I see entrepreneurs, when they think of a market, they think global market. How big is a global market? In India, most of the time I feel, oh, India is a big market. Okay, immediate low-hanging fruit. India is a great laboratory, I say. It's a great laboratory because the cost of experimentation is low, scalability is high. So you have great opportunity. Trump has helped us to some extent to retain talent here. So, you've got talent set. All that we need to do is how do you tap the capital? Today, local capital has come, which is a great thing. But I believe that we really need significantly large capital. If you see the foundational technology otherwise, and in fact, we have to learn how to play musical chair. Why I'm telling this is that, first of all, if you look at OpenAI, $100 billion, right? Now, we are talking at a very different level today. And the needs are very large. Okay? So when you think of global markets and global products, that is where really, and secondly, that when you get investment, typically what would happen, investment also is a function of capital raise, is of a function of exits. There is long term, which we are all agreed there. But at the same time, we can find mechanisms and innovate mechanism so that after 4, 5, 6 years, there is somebody else comes in. Then there is somebody else comes in. So startup, early stage funding to growth equity to private equity to IPO maybe 10, 15 years from now. Who knows? But for 10 years, IPO market was in dumps, right? So suddenly at the moment it is going on, everybody wants to ride on that, but you don't know how long it lasts. I'm not saying it should not last. Please don't get me wrong. But at the same time, we have to have a mechanism, both in terms of policy framework. For example, today our Companies Act, 2013, right, is still old wine in new bottle, with respect. Okay, they are good attempt made. Income tax act, new act is coming. It's still somewhat similar. Okay, so there are major innovations required, because when I go around the world, you can have so many different instruments, and you can structure, because instruments are nothing else but risk management tools. So you have different sets of risk. Third thing I find in policy, particularly grants, are very important. Now, again, tax is a big problem. Whether grant is an income or not. You must have experienced that, correct? And it's a big, lawyers take up half the grants. Our accountants take remaining 50%. Entrepreneur is very happy, because we are also entrepreneurs. So please. But I'm saying that if you treat grant as a taxable income, you have to go around with this kind of thing so much. So there is a lot of need for innovation. One point which my friend made, the grid is good. He talked in a constructive sense. Please don't take it negatively. It's constructive sense. Because grid could be bad. Okay, Michael Douglas taught us that lesson early, but it has been taken to a different level now. I would suggest that most important thing after building great companies, governance, okay, and ethics, organizational behavior, these are the subjects you cannot miss out. While you're building a business, be very careful. One of the other things, I'm sorry I'm going a little long, is that when early stage people start working on that, when they start doing plans, because they want money, so there is a lot of temptation to fudge numbers, estimate numbers, okay? And after it starts doing good business, good funding, the next thing is you fudge accounts and financial, okay? I tell you, this is what is the biggest killer. Just be very careful, be patient, and those who are patient, that kind of money you want it. You don't want people to pressurize you to just create revenue and, especially in deep tech. So I'm sorry I went on too long.
No, thank you
But
very
as a
much.
lawyer, what else can I do? I don't make money the way in which you guys make it. So, but if he would have come to me, I would have done 1 cent.
No, thank you, Nishad. This is very interesting. I have just 2 more questions. I know we are running short of time. So if 2 questions, short answers, then I'd like to, for 5 minutes, open to the audience. Okay? Arun, exit, Nishad, in fact, alluded to that. Exits are very important. History of exits in India, secondaries, IPOs, M&A. M&A is very, very weak in India. Do you think M&A will become very important in technology divesting? If so, what do you think is happening today and what do you think is happening in the future? And then I'll come to the question for Chris.
No, I think on M&A, as we see more deep tech companies coming out of India, certainly we will see global M&As from India. We've already seen that in smaller ways, but I would expect to see more. Second, I think the Indian companies too will start looking at that. Today, again, we're seeing them in small ways, but I would expect that M&A will be a major source of exit going forward.
Okay, thank you. Chris, last question. Deep tech and AI. Everybody is talking about how global markets are opening up, but there are challenges in India. How do you improve farm productivity on a half-acre average land size? How do you remove grain storage losses? There are many Indian problems to be solved. Do you think that is, are you seeing some green shoots or a tsunami of those deep tech entrepreneurs who are addressing Indian challenges at scale, okay? And do you think that's going to be very important, not just a global solution?
In fact, I would say that yes, we are all talking about LLMs and voice response systems and things like that. The opportunity is actually application of AI in agriculture, in healthcare, in education, in automotive systems. All the cars will have now AI-enabled, even GPS systems and things like that. So, if the opportunity in the foundational layer, which is the deep tech layer, is about, let's say, 100 million, the opportunity in the application layer is probably 1 billion, 10 times that.
Yeah.
So that's the opportunity. And then from India to the world, I don't remember now who said this, where the cost of doing innovation in India is 1/5 the cost. Right, so you have 1/5 the cost and the market is the entire world. That opportunity is significant in India. And I'm seeing now, I met, every day I meet entrepreneurs, startup founders, etc. And the kind of problems they're actually attempting to solve is very exciting and very inspiring, actually. So with this money, and that's the reason why I'm extremely glad all these people are sitting in front of you and saying that we're going to fund all of you, right? So it's a very exciting period. And I'm also glad because then RDI will get deployed, RDI fund will get deployed. So I'm hopeful that the next 10 years, India will become the deep tech capital of the world, I believe.
Thank you, very nice. So I know there's a lot of questions. We have actually 5 minutes to the end of this. And as a Sutradhar, I may have to...
I just wanted to say that we have Anand Kanama from
Sorry?
Applied Materials, who's joined, was a big supporter of the IDTA, and I thought I want to welcome him. And
okay,
he wanted
excellent,
to say
thank you.
Thank you, Arun and Nishit, for inviting Applied Materials to be part of IDTA. I think 2 observations here, right, from the discussion. I think it'll be useful to think less about what the stock markets are, M&A. My view of it is you build great companies, the exits will take care of themselves, right? And the question is, given the talent here in the room and outside the room, right, how do you build the next NVIDIA? How do you build the next SpaceX? How do you build the next Grok or IR Labs or and so on, right? Because I don't see that discussion happening, right? Everybody is like, oh, the stock market is X, I'm going to do Y, and I'm going to make Z money. If you see, we have been investing in deep tech over 20 years, right? And I don't see that discussion happening in the companies in Israel, for example. Nobody is building a company saying that I'll sell it and I'll do it, right? They're starting and saying is, can I build a big company because I'm solving a big problem? I would encourage that level of discussion. And the second thing on the deep tech, that somebody mentioned, they've been investing in company for 25 years. Also figure out how you can reduce the risk, right? Because we have seen the cycles, like in clean tech, people came and went out. In internet, people came in, came out. So I'm just worried, like 2 years from now, we shouldn't have tourists leaving part and there's going to be a death of the deep tech sector, right? So just an observation is, like one is, I think the boundaries of what to think about is not a billion exit. Like, companies are now exiting at $1 trillion plus, right? How do you build that $1 trillion plus company because you're solving $1 trillion plus value thing, right? That's what I encourage. But great team and look forward to being part of IDTA.
Thank you. I'm going to open this to, I think we have time for 3 questions. Please name yourself. Please address the question to one of us here, and then we'll answer, and then we go to second and third. Yes, please.
Question only, not comment.
Yeah.
Actually, it's a big question, sir. So,
big question or a long question?
Long question.
Long question.
I'll make it in 30 seconds.
Already taken 30 seconds.
Sure.
30 seconds to ask the question.
So, okay, rather than asking these many questions straightforward, I'm asking.
One
Yeah. Right now, just like a rapid fire, who are ready for a 10 CR investment without seeing the pitch deck? Because there are many startups who cannot express themselves. If you say about Bharat Edge and all, I would like to compare it with Google and Meta. But when it comes to same for us startups, they are going to compare it with Sarvamaya and Bashni and say that how are you different and we are not going to invest. And as sir said, they are going to, of course, reject for the first 500 times.
Investing for gambling. I think that's number one. And as Nishit Bhai also said, investors have to do their diligence. Third, there are enough LLMs that are very articulate. I'm fairly certain you can put in what you want and make something articulate. The hygiene is crucial.
There is a way to prepare for funding without a deck. Your caliber and your credentials must be outstanding. In our world, that happens all the time. We meet people, we commit funding, without seeing a business plan. This happens in the US, this happens to some extent in India, but please understand, for that you have to be like a listen to me. It has to be you have to be 3 standard or 4 standard deviations better than the normal.
Okay.
So if you are 3 or 4 standard deviations exceptional, you don't need a business plan. You just need to announce to the world, I want to be an innovator, there'll be capital.
So I think the answer to that is very simple. You would like any investor, including this room, to listen to you. I think without hesitation, I can speak on behalf of all investors. They will listen to you. Right to the investors, somebody will listen to you in each firm. Okay? There's a lady here up front. 1 minute, please. There's a lady here up front.
Hello panel, I'm Pankhari. I'm building in AI as well. My question right now is actually to Sid Pai, as everyone calls you. You mentioned frugality in investment, right? I absolutely understand. It actually helps, it promotes cost-effective solutions. However, when this similar kind of ideas, at least like at the early stage, in India receive, say, a 1-2 CR check, right? And at a certain dilution. And in the US, they do receive a huge amount, which is 4x, 5 times, right? The kind of amount that we're talking about. Do you think Indian startups will be able to scale at global, or will be able to build for globe?
We will, because I think, see, the important part is investors end up funding it basis what the entrepreneur wants. Indian entrepreneurs come and say, I will do this in 50 lakhs, I will do this in 1 crore. An American entrepreneur says, I need 15 million, ends up actually raising 7. I think increase your ambitions. I think that's the most part. Frugality doesn't mean that you end up putting handcuffs on yourself. Frugality means you have a large pool that you don't have to dip into whenever you need to, but you end up optimizing at the edge. I think that optimization is what's more important, not the fact that you end up putting handcuffs on yourself and then cry about the fact that you can't compete with the rest of the world.
Yeah, I think the answer to that is very simple. Ask for more, but prove that, or talk about the fact that this is deserved from a point of view of where you will spend that money. Many of the investments we made are in the range of 7 to 14 crores at the day one. Okay, such. Third question, please. Yes.
Sudhir, just one question.
I'm pointing at him, please. Yeah, there is a sequence in my head right now. Okay, yes, please. Go on, you can be loud. You can be loud, yeah.
Just a quick question. In 2026 or 2027, if you have to evaluate a startup, would you look at their team size, or if a startup makes use of only AI and AI agents to solve a problem, that would cut the bill? Thank you.
I think, see, size really doesn't end up mattering, I think, in a large number of these things. I think what's actually important is the competence of the entrepreneur and the team they end up actually bringing in. Whether you are using AI, whether you're using a large number of people sitting over there for that matter, those are choices of yours. There are pros and cons that end up actually coming in, but VC investing can't be boiled down to a set of 5 rubrics and hacks, unlike what the LLMs end up actually generating. So it depends on what you're actually building, how much cash you need to end up building it, what your chances of success are, what are you bringing to the table. If you're primarily an integrator of other people's ideas and an intermediary, there's really not much value that ends up getting added. So look at value added, not the ingredients that go into it.
We have one more question. This gentleman here.
You just need 4 good people.
One more, sorry?
I just wanted to say that, listen, 4 is a magical number, right? At a startup stage, most startups, just you need 4 good people. So you can enhance yourself with AI and all. This is not about 40 people. As you are looking to build a team, it's not about tens of people. It's about 2, 3, 4 good people.
We have one more question. Can you please? Right to all of them.
Who gives you the best deal?
Yeah, okay, that's it.
Who gives you the best deal?
Right to all of us. Right to all of us, find out offline. One of them will say yes or no. Okay.
I think
I'm
broadly,
going to halt all the questions right now. I'm going to halt all the questions right now because all of us will be available outside after this session. I know we are ending at this. Again, thank you to METI and IDTA for organizing this function. And thank you all for being here.
Sudhir, I also want
to say a few words.
Yeah,
फिर से लेट?
बेटी का नया अकाउंट और मेरा केवाईसी भी अपडेट करना है।
मैं यहाँ नूडल्स बना रहा हूँ और तुम बहाने बना रहे हो। अरे ये तो एकदम झटपट काम है।
कैसे?
अगर केवाईसी में कोई चेंज नहीं है या सिर्फ एड्रेस बदला है तो रजिस्टर्ड मोबाइल, ईमेल, इंटरनेट बैंकिंग या लेटर से सेल्फ डिक्लेरेशन करो।
और चेंजेस हो तो
घर बैठे वीडियो केवाईसी, आधार ओटीपी, ई केवाईसी से अपडेट करो। सिंपल।
ये तो नूडल्स बनाने से भी आसान है। अभी आता हूँ।
आरबीआई कहता है
केवाईसी सुरक्षित बैंकिंग की ओर पहला कदम।
Close to 20% AI going to contribute in the bigger way. It's a 20%. It's a bigger, right? I mean, in terms of the GDP growth for the the country. And if you take a as an organization, from the organization standpoint, from the layman standpoint, when just 10 years before there is a demonetization, right, where we are crunch on the money, the people are looking on the UPI. The UPI payment, like that, right? It reached the tender coconut side. Who is selling the tender coconut at roadside? He was the technology enabled, and then what are the money transactions? Even fraction of the paisas where we are able to transfer and get things. So there is adoption change, but however it's a transformation it got into the bigger wing. Instead of the credit card, debit card, and then online banking, now the UPI transaction is bigger and then wider. Now this wave, it may not be the wave, right? It's a transformation, I can say. The wave will fall down, right? But the AI, it may not. It's absolutely the transformations where we are looking, where we are going to add value in the the bigger wing. And if you see this IT industry standpoint, like always, when the AI came, of course, it was there more than 20 years, but it's when come to the layman, that's what it is a bigger impact it is coming to, right? When the OpenAI, ChatGPT coming to the pictures, everybody started to look like what exactly I want to do here. And then from there, just I can get things as a extract as output. I may not require to put my brains down actually on the specific area. So from the cyber standpoint, like close to 40 to 50% of the organizations already we opted how we can detect and prevent by using the AI component. But at the same time, the hacker also use the same AI component, how they can, in terms of do the complete harvesting of what I think just they want to get things in, right? That's like other side it's going on the bigger stuff. So we have the great experience. I can say it's a legend. I work with all the leaders, and really we wanted to hear from their perspective, like what exactly the AI mean for a technology as a layman, and then as an organization, and what are the crime just where we have handled from the end to end. So just would like to start from you. Specifically, the people are thinking the AI is it's for the technologist, that's for the business, not for the the layman. And as well as when the AI came into the pictures, just where we are thinking this is an angel, but of course from cyber side we have a devil also inside, right? So really love to hear from you. The AI is for whom? I mean, it's for the layman, or maybe it's for the technologist, or for the business. Like how this weapon is going to be used on that.
Well, I think that when a new technology comes, cyber criminals are the the negative people. They are the first to exploit any technology, and we always say that cyber criminals, at least in their domain, they are a step ahead than the police or law enforcement. It's a fact, So for example, AI came and they're the first one to exploit this AI technology. How they are exploiting this AI technology? They are creating deepfake video, they are creating synthetic video, synthetic image, and through that they are committing digital arrest and sextortion scam. Every scam is being operated. Now it's IBR enabled, they have integrated AI in such a way that if call is coming from, that is automated call, but the call is coming from, it appears to be that it's a genuine call, it's coming from bank, it's coming from any insurance service provider. The fact is that it's completely automated. They are using AI in such a way, and that's why it's just 1 month back. The figure was announced in Parliament that 22,000 crore rupees in 2024. In 1 year, 22,000 crore rupees was lost by general public in India. And more than 26 lakh cases reported. And earlier, the cyber criminals used to be localized, Then they organized at a district level, then at the state level, and then at the national level. Now they are internationally connected. They are operating from a huge cyber scam at the border of Thailand, Myanmar, and India, It's a huge scam compounds. Multiple stories, and they are operating from there. And they are targeting Americans, Canadians, Indians, and they have recruited people from the social media based on their profile, based on their native. If they have to loot someone from India, they will give this task to Indian. If they have to operate something inside the USA, then they are recruiting from there, and they are putting them in a scam compound. They are seizing their passport, and then they are getting them worked as cyber criminals, Earlier, they were recruited for some good job, some IT work, some coder, some, cyber security guys. But once they land up there, they are, pushed inside the scam compound, and they are, compelled to commit the crime. So this is the way the cyber criminals are operating. And now it's very so worrisome, that internationally they are connected. They are creating their own ransomware, they are operating, a victim is somewhere else, money is being withdrawn somewhere else, a negotiation is happening with someone who is in other parts of the world. So now it's very difficult for law enforcement agency and police to operate and successfully crack. Because police, they don't have expertise, they don't have tools, they don't have resource, they don't have international cooperation. It's not only technical, it's not only crime related, it's technically and legally very complex to operate. So now the police is facing the biggest challenge with the introduction of AI. The biggest challenge before law enforcement agency or police is that how to track the criminal.
No, that's absolutely, sir. Like specifically the last note, what you have left it is how do we track this, criminals? Because earlier, if you take a robbery, physically the thief will be present on the bank, around the bank, or maybe if you wanted to, physical attack, that's like always there is a physical visibility of the, the human being, right? Now it's like all digitally connected. More internet and then more threats. Now it's like a more AI coming to the pictures. It's easy to morph it like I'm from India. Another 5 minutes I may access from different country. So it's not so easy to connect and take it forward. So with this note, really, I wanted to hear from you. As you had shared this in terms of the real-time experience of what exactly the challenges, so where we have it. But just the other side, really, we want, because just you crafted a lot of policies and then enforcement. We love to hear the practical stuff. Like if you see the last year to this year, the I4C is announced like a close to 200% of the cyber fraud has increased. Even now, just it's going up in terms of the AA side, right? You crafted the policy and process and then guidelines for the country level. Like how you see in terms of the enforcement at ground level. If that is in fulfilling, to some extent we would have avoided, or maybe still there is a gap between the drafting policy and then enforcements on the ground level.
So first of all, I'm Rakesh Maheshwari. I was heading Ministry of Electronics and IT, the cyber law, cyber security and data governance side. See, the role of government for any policy initiative is to see that one, like AI for all, equitable reach, good usage, but simultaneously to also ensure that the law and order, that the harms to the individual, harm to the society, harm to the nation does not happen, and therefore the policies are written in such a manner that we actually require or want that the digital economy and digital platforms continue to comply, and in a normal scenario when they are complying, ideally government should not intervene at all. But when things go wrong, once again, at any level, the law should be such that one, it creates deterrence, it creates possibilities of detection, it creates maybe through the platforms possibilities of educating the users, creating accountability of the platforms, and finally, when things go wrong, as to be sort of governance function comes into picture, and as to how exactly it can adjudicate or maybe do something about whatever wrong has happened. Particularly in the context of AI, while lots of use cases, good use cases are there, in fact, including in crime prevention, fraud detection, the fact remains the ease with which things can be faked, deepfakes can be created, and because of the very nature of the internet, that the things go viral, and hence the extent of damage that can happen is immense. Commensurate actions therefore have been initiated by the government, and maybe subsequently, when maybe as and when I am required to talk, I'll talk a bit about the IT rules 2021, which has been very recently, just about 10 days back, has been
Yeah, no, absolutely, sir. No, really, I wanted to come back on the specific those area like tier 1 to tier 3. Of course, subsequent discussions we can have it. So not just as Sir had mentioned, in terms of the policy creations and the enforcements at ground level, really just I wanted to hear from awareness standpoint, right? I mean, we cannot measure the sample from tier 1 cities, what exactly they have taken over there, right? It has to go and reach on the bottom level of people. Of course, it is going and reaching. But just I want to know like where we are now. I mean, in terms of the awareness level specific to the AI enforcement, how the weapon can be used, right? So love to hear from your side.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I sincerely thanks the organizer and Cyber Crime Research Foundation who has given me opportunity, the Research Foundation, for sharing this stage and especially with the dignity. See, I am a Dr. Sapna Bansal, Professor Shriram College of Commerce and Director Institutional Outreach. As a point of education, I feel there is a difference between theoretical and practical. When we talk about cybercrime laws, rules and regulation, the picture is in a different image. But when it comes to the practical aspects, it's altogether different because the police station, they are not equipped with the machineries and technology. And at the same time, we don't have an ecosystem. We have UPI. We have a lot of things right now. We are doing digital payment. We have DigiLockers. We have Aadhaar card. But yes, once again, this ecosystem creating a lot of problem as well because cyber attackers, they know how to leak it. And it was a time when we say a picture can define 1,000 of words. And that can be easily you can recognize. But right now you can say fake video can change the liar voice. So things are changing day by day. And as the point of view of educator, I can say that there has to be some coordination between government, educator, and yes, of course, police systems, rules and regulations. When the rules and regulation will match with the education sector and they will create an awareness, maybe this problem can be solved. You better know a man in a Kanpur recently lost 1 lakh rupees, a fake AI video from someone pretending to be a relative. And at the same time, the second case recently happened, the senior citizen in Delhi paid money after listening the voice of the child, ki, okay, he stepped somewhere. And at the same time, few more cases, a tech worker in Bangalore almost lost 1.5 lakh rupees in, recently this kind of a scam. So many things are taking place like hacking tools, fake identity, malware, stolen data, phishing emails, and fake loans. Every day we are getting a lot of calls and it's very, very difficult. Deepfakes creating a lot of problem even current scenario. So we should understand that the things is changing, only awareness, alertness, and third very important part is that educate them in a very, very specific ground level. So that can solve the problem, as the best of my knowledge. Thank you.
Thanks, Sapna. I think you have given a punchline in terms of to follow actually. Thanks a lot. Tarun, just following up on Sapna, really just I want to know, she has touched upon the deep fake, which has created a lot of scam. I mean, of course, it's not illiterate, right? It's like a well-educated people, just they are losing in terms of the money from the end to end. So really, we want to know. This is one is on the AI. Yes, sir. Glad to have you, sir. So Tarun, just we want to know, like, one is with the AI, how we can prevent in terms of the incident. Second one is how I can detect the incident, and third one is once the incident has happened, really just I wanted to know, like, it's like a real or the fake, or how it is, and then from where it is, and just we want to know the root of this incident so that furthermore any incident just can be avoided with the right set of the mitigation step, right? So love to hear from you, like in terms of the forensic side, like what are the key steps, how the AI is playing significant role in terms of detection as well as the preventions.
Thanks, Nathan. So let me touch upon the problem in brief before I talk about the solution. See, if we talk about a state like Delhi, we have a population of 1.52 crore people. We have a police force of 1,04,000 people. There is absolutely no way you can monitor 1.52 crore people with a force of 1,04,000. I am pretty sure that 50% of the people in this room would have faced an incident that you would have lost your phone or maybe your wallet. When you went to the police to complain about it, no FIR, you would get a lost and found complaint and be done with it. You may get a message on your phone saying that some inspector has been allocated for this case. 4 days later, you will get a message that the case has been closed. And the reason for that is that the entire department is overloaded with cases. The third problem, as Dr. Sapna also mentioned, Triveni sir also mentioned, the guy who has joined the police force, if he really wanted to become a technologist, he probably would not have joined the force, right? I mean, I'm not saying that he cannot become a technologist, but that is not his motto, that is not his career, it does not give him that zest for life, right? He wants to go to the field, he wants to catch criminals. He doesn't want to spend time learning a new technology, and the technology is changing at such a rapid pace that he will have to learn a new technology after every 1-2 months and start using that technology. So if you look at the problems surrounding our police forces, they seem to be unsurmountable, right? Now, the solution to this, what is the basic premise behind a crime? If you look at it, every crime, if it is not a white wolf attack, it's a network crime. You talk about somebody stealing your phone. At the end of the day, he has to sell that phone and make money. You talk about somebody stealing your wallet, it's a network. Somebody, you have all these, money laundering is a network. You have narcotic, which is a network. These are all network crimes. How do you identify a network? How do you start building the patterns to identify a network? And that is where AI can help. See, I'll take few examples. Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita has come out with a guideline that today if a person is arrested, you need to do the forensic image of his digital devices, laptop and mobile phone. Because literally everything that we are, our life is defined by our digital devices. If I get access to your phone or laptop for maybe 1 hour, I would be able to figure out 90% of what your life is, and vice versa, right? So Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita came out with a guideline that when you arrest someone, you have to do an image, clone his mobile phone and laptop and keep that data. Now that is huge volumes of data. Just to give you an example, with income tax investigation units that we work with, when they go on a simple raid on a single company, they get data in tune of 80 terabytes of data. How can you analyze 80 terabytes of data? And that is where AI plays a huge role in forensics analysis. So you dump all the data onto an AI engine and let the AI start trying to find patterns within that data. Imagine the kind of patterns that you can identify, and I'll give you a few examples, some of the use cases that we have done ourselves with revenue intelligence, GST intelligence. Just using pattern recognition, a very small AI model, on the entire GST data of the country, we were, as per their own estimates, able to identify possible fraudulent GST transactions worth 5,577 crores. And this was just a 3 to 4 months effort. So that is the role that AI can play in identifying patterns in huge volumes of data and identifying these networks. So I think now, Nathan, I think I answered your question.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thanks, Lord. Thank you so much. See, the fundamentally, doing the same activity, it's like a one go. If you have the same pattern, if the AI will help you to detect and then give you this accuracy in terms of what went wrong and then how we can detect and then, the preventive over there actually. So thank you so much for joining. See, from your rich experience, you would have handled a lot of, cyber cases. And really just we love to hear from you in terms of how the AI can help you to hunt in terms of the fraudsters or maybe in terms of the threats. Because now this other side, what people are using is AI can be used to do the fraud, right? And just I'm looking on the both aspects, like how you have utilized or how you have a plan of in terms of using AI component to detect or to hunt the respective the fraudsters.
First of all, I will want to reframe this question because, being a counsel, I'm not an investigator. So I'm not here to detect. There are times in fact, mostly I'm representing the accused, the condemned man, because with all the presumption of innocence, proof beyond reasonable doubt and all of that. So I would want to, speak of an ideal legal regime that I foresee with AI, technology, the policemen are there, the judges are there, all that is happening, the accused is there, the victim is there, the complainant is there. Now, the few points that I come to my mind, first of all, privacy is very important. Right to privacy. It's a fundamental right recognized by the Supreme Court in Puttaswamy's case, flows out of Article 21. So privacy cannot be compromised, first of all. Now, as an exception to the fundamental right to privacy, one of the exceptions is crime investigation, crime prevention, terror prevention, terror investigation, and prosecution. So that's an exception. So first of all, we must respect the rights of people, the privacy of the people. As an exception, we must have enough technology, law enforcement to prevent criminality, cyber criminality, preventive. Prevention is better than cure. And as my colleague said on the dais, it's next to impossible to investigate all crime that is happening. So many people come to me and they say, ye ho gaya, aise ho gaya, waise ho gaya. When a fraud is less than say 5 lakhs or 10 lakhs, I tell them just forget it. Nothing will happen. Why should good money chase something which you will not get back? So one is crime prevention. At the level of crime prevention, I would say that people themselves have to be cautious, first of all. Be careful in your dealings. That's one. Now an incident has happened. Then I would say, from a victim's perspective, what does the victim want? First of all, he wants a redressal. He wants his money back. That's one. And secondly, he wants the damn guy to be prosecuted. He wants that guy who has committed that crime on him and made his life miserable, he wants that man to go to jail. So effective prosecution. Effective prosecution is where the police comes in, law enforcement comes in. Now, I hear or I have heard people saying that, for example, in the UK, small-time thefts up to, say, 10,000 pounds, no cognizance is taken.
That means we can do more less than 10,000 crimes.
So what do you do? What do you do? So then, therefore, the police has to investigate the crime properly, prosecute the offender. That's another objective. Of course, AI plays a role over there. AI plays it's a double-edged weapon. AI will be used as a cyber crime tool also, as a weapon also, and to counter it also, you can use AI, both ways. So therefore, I will want a legal regime where the correct accused is found and prosecuted. Now, why I'm saying correct? because the internet has layers of service providers. It's very, very difficult to pinpoint the originator of a particular fraud. So I will want, the man who has committed the crime to be booked. And then, last but not the least, where I come in, the innocent man should not be implicated. We still, I must say, after 33 years at the bar and as a defense counsel, I must say that we still have a very colonial police force in the country. I'm not saying it, the Supreme Court has said it time and again. We still, the whole police system, Triveni Singh ji is perhaps smiling and with a smirk, that the whole police system, they start working from a confession and they work backwards. So we need a fairer system from the perspective of the accused also. Fortunately, we are a country where there is rule of law. Fortunately, we have an independent judiciary. Fortunately, we have the rights of the man who is arrested. We have the victim also, who is now being looked at with some sympathy in the criminal justice system. We are moving in the correct direction, but of course, systemic problems are there. The number of policemen to the population, number of judges to the population, all that is there. Now, you can't have, a policeman protecting every Indian citizen. So, some criminality will obviously go unpunished, but I hope that most of the criminality should not go unpunished and innocents should not be implicated. And if they are, then I am there to look after the details. Thank you.
Absolutely amazing, sir. Very impactful input. And that's where we are bringing AI, sir. I mean, you may not have to have a proportional of populations and police. I mean, we can reduce that actually, and then from there we can, add values. So amazing. Thank you so much for the great input. So just coming, from lawyer to police, right? So just I wanted to hear a couple of stuff, right? When we debate on the cybersecurity, side, we see so that's like a national threats. What are the AI coming over there? Of course, the valuation is there, but however, we feel that is like a national threats. Since, I have seen you like from the long time, you have handled in terms of the crime, where the people, the smuggling and then, other cyber crime just on the physically. Now you are into the digital area also, like in terms of the handling all the AI component and then how needs to be ensured from, the end-to-end standpoint. So just I wanted to hear from you like both of aspects from police to the, in terms of handling this AI, like what are the prevention steps where we can take it forward to prevent all the crimes? Love to hear your input, sir. Because all youngsters are there, all young chaps, right? All Gen Z, I can see that, like the entire life live on, mobile. So love to hear your insight.
So when we were selected for the police, the focus was completely on swimming, horse riding, rifle, AK-47, run 10 kilometer, it's the mornings. So जब हम लोग क्लास में जाते थे 10 बजे तो 90% लड़के सोते थे क्योंकि इतना मॉर्निंग से लेकर के और इवनिंग तक पूरे केवल फिजिकल and be it IPS or DYSP or sub inspector or constable, at all level anyone can enter, he may be from humanities, संस्कृत का लड़का भी जा सकता है, he can be from physics and mathematics and he can be a computer scientist as well. So 99% policemen, they are from the humanities or science background. But this cyber crime is completely a different domain. Cyber forensic is completely different domain. So what we think, by giving 2-3 days training, we can make them smart, cyber smart. No, it's complete science. You will have to give at least 1 year, 2 years, 3 years rigorous training in cyber security tools, cyber technology, cyber forensic tools, and then this all big data platform, it's all technology. So for training police personnel, which is not happening right now, you need at least 6 months, a rigorous course. And only then you can train them, unless and until police understand technology behind the crime, I mean, if, for example, suppose somebody is committing crime through UPI. So unless and until you know the structure of UPI, how NP, National Payment Corporation works, what is the infra behind RBI, NEFT and RTGS, you cannot crack the case. If some crime is happening through website, if you don't know how the domain is purchased, how the website is created, how the payment gateway is integrated, the backend, and how the criminals are using mule accounts and mule SIM, जब तक ये पूरी technology आप नहीं जानते हैं, you cannot crack the case. So that's why what is happening, 99.99% police, they are not well trained in cyber domain. They are not well. And not only cyber technology, they have to be the domain expert as well. Because if you want to investigate a case, you should know the technology behind banking, how this ATM network and everything,
Absolutely,
it's very technical. So, and that's why I always say that there has to be a clear cut, a different IT cadre in the police department.
Absolutely.
Okay, and only then we can solve. Otherwise, it's very difficult for the police to crack this kind of.
Of course, the force is ready, sir. No, wonderful. See, the current trend, if you want to hack or if you want to bring down this infrastructures, I may not require to get into your laptop, right? If I pull down the power of your house, if I pull down the power of your internet, it's more than enough. So ultimately, I want to disturb you, right? I wanted to stop what you supposed to do that. I can stop your water, like water the flow, it comes to your house, you cannot take a bath, you cannot come to office. So that's a supply chain, it is coming in the bigger way, right? As well as now, if you wanted to bring this ecosystems, like I think most of the people you are aware, right? The entire power grid has been hacked. People are talking about internet, the power grid has been hacked and then it's like a completely shutdown for this entire regions. So that aspect, now I'm finding all the mobile what is being used, everyone hand knows that is much more critical infrastructure for the country. Because it's like a weapon, right? As it rightly mentions, right to be forgotten, like what they can tweet. Once it is done, just you cannot take it back. That's done. It's like, within your friends, within your parents and within other neighbors, you can quarrel, you can make a fight. But after few days, it will go off. But the social media, one comment you leave it, that's it, forever it will be there actually. So with that aspect, I know that just you was the foundation, the member of in terms of drafting DBDB and data privacy and all things and all. So love to hear from you like how, because AI need more data privacy where you should not send the data. So love to hear from your perspective, sir.
Yeah, so when we talk, maybe privacy is a fundamental right. Therefore, when the laws for the country, particularly the DP Act, the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, which has already been enacted, which is getting into operationalization as of today, the whole aim is collect only what is really required. Don't over collect, be transparent, store it only for the minimum period that is required for the business. If you are sharing it with anybody, there must be a reason and there must be a control.
But we say everything for yes, sir, because we won't access the app, right?
No. So in fact, as of today, probably it's only I agree to the terms and conditions and that's it. But tomorrow, you will get to know as to what data is being collected, number one. Number two, in case maybe more is being collected or has been collected, you will have the rights to ask and confirm as to what data has actually been collected, with whom it has been shared, and in case you are actually wanting that this data should no longer be processed further, you will have the right to even get it erased. Lastly, for some reason or other, because it's a cyber security issue, things can always go wrong, breaches can always happen, intentionally, unintentionally, that it will be the liability of the organization who has collected, processing this data to report a breach, not only to the Data Protection Board, which is coming up, but also to the individuals whose data has been impacted. So that means transparency, trust, accountability, and possibility of financial fines, which is all there in the system.
Amazing. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And Sapna, just following to sir, the input, I want to hear from that responsible AI, right? I mean, how, as Vik sir has mentioned, it's a double-edged sword. really just I want to hear from you, like how the responsibility as a layman or as a technologist or maybe as a professional, as a layman, just how I can make use of this weapon very responsible way. Of course, there's a lot of framework which is available, but love to hear from you.
Yeah, very good question. And yes, everybody wants to know ki, as a layman how we can take a prevention. Because this is a very, very important part. We all literate people actually, come under this trap because we don't know. We always share the OTP, like we use the public Wi-Fi. And sometimes we never know how to use the AI ethically. And AI ethically is a very, very important part. We are teaching cybercrime in the colleges and schools. But ethical AI is still lacking. I feel like that the diploma, degree, and more awareness program can help a lot. There was one share which was said by the Dushyant कि हो गई पीर पर्वत सी अब तो पिघलनी चाहिए, हिमालय से कोई गंगा अब तो निकलनी चाहिए, सिर्फ हंगामा खड़ा करना मकसद नहीं मेरा, मेरी कोशिश है कि ये सूरत बदलनी चाहिए. So very important, the rules and regulation. The rules and regulation, and ethically we have to make such pathways so that the Gen Z can follow. Because if we are not providing the framework, definitely people will suffer. And we are talking about Viksit Bharat, right? And Viksit Bharat and $5 trillion economy can be affected if we are not taking a step ahead. Because digitally we are in power. We are actually superpower. But ethically, yes, most of the crimes taking place in India only. You find 22,000 crore rupees we have lost because of this crime. And every minute, 505 crimes, every minute, 505 crimes taking place. So it's a very serious matter. And this point of time, government have to make certain rules and regulation. Implementation should be very strict. And the best part is that awareness and yes, awareness, education, and at the same time, make the guideline for everyone. And there has to be some two-way verification and ethical aspects. That's it I want to say.
Awesome. Thanks, Radha.
Thank you.
See, from where she left out in terms of the awareness play very significant role, right? But even though just as a layman, how I can make awareness is a one. But however, if you take this deep fake and then in terms of the voice cloning, even though you are a SME, you cannot make out like it's a real or it's a fake, right? And what are the techniques? Maybe as a layman, just I can give it in terms of just this are the video, these are the glimpses it comes, this is a fake or this is a real, right? And because the voice is already it's everywhere, right? If this voice is there, with that they can clone whatever they want to do it. And if I have my photo and then my mannerism, just all things also can be cloned and that can be given to other, right? So that aspect, as a layman, really just I want to understand like what are the key stuff they should look in terms of the deepfake as well as the voice cloning.
So see, deepfake is going to become a national security issue very soon. Maybe as soon as the 2029 elections. Imagine it's so easy to create a video. I mean, frankly, if you are in a hostile country, it's so easy to create a video of maybe a deepfake video of a cow getting slaughtered and the head of the cow in front of a temple, or a pig getting slaughtered and the head of a pig in front of a mosque. It will lead to riots. In specific states in the country, it will lead to riots. That has an impact on your economy. And with social media, it's very easy. It actually costs as little as, and I've seen it live, it actually cost as little as 2.5 lakh rupees to make a Twitter trend, "The sun rises in the west," go viral. So there was a time, there were the top 3 hashtags in Twitter. It was "the sun rises in the west," right? So you can create a deepfake video, make it go viral on social media. Half of our generation Z is on social media, more than half. They will look at it and they will believe that this is the truth, right? So this is how big a problem deepfake has become. And another challenge with that is, as of now, and I've evaluated multiple AI models, there is not a single AI model which can detect a really good deepfake generated video and tell you that it's a fake video. So the only thing that we can as responsible citizens do, when you see something on social media or when somebody gives you a call, you have to do the verification of that through multiple other sources. You know, if you see something on social media, if it is actually genuine, it would have been covered by some newspaper media, vernacular or mainstream in the country, right? So check it out. Check out search engines. If you receive a call from someone who you think is your brother, sister, or whoever, you know, do a cross check. Call them back and figure out whether that is, you know, whether they are the same people or not. These are basic checks that you can do. Technology, as of now, to detect deepfake is lagging behind.
Now, of course, that's a lot of technologies, and then other sense also keep coming. And with this, really, I want to hear from you. Earlier, if you wanted to do hijack, like I may not require to do myself. I can hire a team, and they can go and execute, report it. It's done, right? So that aspect. Now this ramping up. You may not require to be part of any crime. But you can hire the professionals, they come and do the work, execute, they go away. So it's a cyber crime as a service which came into the pictures. You can pay and know where you get involved, and they also know where connected to the counterpart whom you wanted to make an attack on that. So from the legal standpoint, really just I wanted to see as a cyber crime as services, what are the preventions, or have you come across any other cases like that has been executed from end to end, and who is liable, whether it is who has executed or who has hired the people. So love to hear from you.
Okay. We have the law in place. In fact, the entire law of criminal conspiracy, has been there since Lord Macaulay's Indian Penal Code of 1860. That if people come together and they agree upon to commit a crime, tacitly, explicitly, implicitly, they are liable. So the liability mechanism is there in place. And we have a lot of law that has developed. The law has gone so far. In fact, if you see the Evidence Act, there's a very interesting illustration that if a place was to be bombed, and there was a conspiracy between A, B, C, D, and E. So it is not necessary for law to prove the agreement of criminality between all the five. So if A is organizing the fund somewhere in the world, B is organizing the weapon or the bomb or the making, so all by their actions you can prove a criminal conspiracy. So the law is there in place. Now, if we apply it to AI, if I apply it to the internet, the problem that arises, the experience that we have seen, of course, we derive the benefit of all that, all the confusion from a defense perspective. The problem is how to attribute certain acts to individuals, how to identify them. For example, if you have an AI, if you create something, why have 5 people? Why hire 5 people? Why not create a drone or create something that is not attributable to me? I have to only create it and put it into the internet. And that drone or that mechanism itself is committing a crime. So the attribution of an act to an individual is getting more and more complex. In the physical world, you could identify people. Whereas in the world of the internet, AI, cyber world, you can't identify people. And then we have problems of jurisdiction, collection of evidence, but the law is in place. Now the law enforcement agencies have to be smart enough, to identify the hiring of cyber criminals, because the best way to catch them is through the money trail. Money trail has become a very effective means of tracking cyber criminality, laundering, etc., etc. So there are, law also catches up with crime. The law is not so weak.
Yeah, it catches up with criminality. Yeah, criminals is helping to develop a law, right? To one extent. In fact, if they are not there, we don't develop on that aspect, right? Just maybe one, 10 seconds follow-up question, sir. Like, since all young chaps are there, sometime we think, like, if you do the crime from India, it's like a straight away it comes and hit on that, right? But if you do VPN to some other country, from there if you launch, the people will think it may not come to our responsibility. So love to hear your 30 seconds of input, sir.
Of course, this proxy criminality.
Because cross borders and Interpol also come into the pictures, right?
They do come into the picture, but it's very difficult to prosecute offenders at that level. What we hear, what we read in the papers, that so and so person is going to be extradited to India. That's only a tip of the iceberg. Some young lawyer, very interestingly, he narrated to me that, why are these, Nirav Modis and why are these few people being targeted? Because they have defrauded the bank. What about those people who have defrauded private individuals, private lenders, and they have run away from the country? So these are, problems. Extradition is a problem. Collection of evidence is a problem. Sovereignty of a nation is a problem. So I guess, mutual treaties amongst nations where you cooperate with one another. Interpol is there, but Interpol cannot really take care of all these problems. We need to keep evolving. From a law enforcement perspective.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And it's maybe I may take 1 more minute, sir. Just 10 seconds of your input for takeaway for all the people, sir. Just each one. I wanted to hear from 10 seconds. Just one takeaway for them, like what they have to do and don't in terms of cybercrime as well as with the AI.
For this, I think government will have to create massive awareness campaign among the public, so that they could know how the criminals are operating, what are their modus operandi. And secondly, government will have to put much more emphasis on capacity building, not only in police, but in judiciary and prosecutors as well. And they will have to provide resource as well. I mean, cyber lab, advanced tools, technology, and they will have to put much more emphasis in R&D as well, R&D. Regarding, for example, the current threat is deepfake. So we must focus on defect detection technology. So do we have? No. As Tarun told, so no, right now no. They're the best of the tools available that can give you only 80% accuracy, not 100%. So it cannot be admissible in court of law. And that's why I think these are the things, if government is focusing, then definitely we will be able to control the cyber crimes.
Yeah, I'll just like to mention it's not just about cyber frauds, it's also about so many illegalities which do happen in the cyber world. And we'll also like to say prevention is the best way. Understand greed. This is a normal human behavior. So something which is giving you too much of money or maybe exploiting your greed, exploiting your fears, exploiting your emotions, which is what we have to which is what we need to overcome. In the age of AI, seeing is not believing, listening or maybe hearing from your known sources may also not be truth. So maybe act responsibly before what we say is a zero trust architecture.
Only one line, stay alert. Once again, I'm repeating, stay alert, stay aware, stay secure. These are the 3 fundamental aspects you should keep in mind. Definitely you can save yourself and your family members. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Tom. Yeah,
I think I have a recommendation for the government, not for the citizens. I think the government of a country, we have to realize that intelligence has to become privatized. It has already become so in US. In US, you do not have, the intelligence is collected by private individuals working in conjunction with the government. And the operations are in hands of the law enforcement agency. India will have to realize, like the income tax departments of the country, they have already done that. They are working with private entities to gather intelligence, and they are only involved in the operations. I think all aspects of the government will have to follow suit.
Yeah, we all work together. We'll make that.
We need a deterrent law to check cyber criminality. Secondly, no crime should go unpunished. And thirdly, we should not be obsessed with catching hold of the criminal. we must protect the rights of the innocent man, the accused also. The system has to be balanced. It cannot be a one-way street.
Awesome. Amazing, and it's a wonderful conversation. We can give a great applause to the entire leadership. And of course, AI is a double-edged sword, right? How you handle is a matter actually. So that's why we can handle with a more responsible and more accountability to ensure that things are taken care with the positive note. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful day ahead. Thanks a lot, gentlemen.
अरे अरविंद जी, ये कौन सी इंजीनियरिंग कर रहे हो?
इट्स कॉल्ड शीर शासन।
और आप मुझे क्यों स्ट्रेस आसन दे रहे हो? क्या मतलब? जब बिल्डिंग बनाने में साधारण टीएमटी बार से काम चल सकता है, तो फिर ये जेएसडब्ल्यू नियो स्टील टीएमटी बार क्यों?
प्योर आयरन ओर से बना JSW नियो स्टील TMT बार, चाहे बदलता मौसम हो या हो भूकंप, ये सहे सारा स्ट्रेस, वो भी आसानी से। जब निर्माण स्ट्रॉन्ग होगा, तभी तो जगह जगह आपका नाम होगा।
अंदर से प्योर, सालों साल श्योर।
अगर शूज में फुल फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी
across the country to all the people and to everyone as what was our ancient knowledge, what was our culture, and how this is so relevant in current context of both AI and AI and technology. And perhaps in the world of AI, one thing is very good, that diversity is the standard. Generally in digitization, you are actually looking at creating standards and actually removing diversity so that you are simplifying the problem to be handled. But in this particular case in AI, it's all based on data, and diversity becomes the standard, and AI can actually enable diversity by design. So happy that we have been able to do that.
Thank you so much, Amitabh. We are at the end of our time. I'll request Anirban to propose a vote of thanks, who's the project director of Gyan Bharatam. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of another partner who is working on the Sharda and Grantha script. Can you raise your hand? So the young entrepreneur who's working with us on the other scripts. So we are looking at more partners who can look at different scripts and different aspects of manuscripts and work with us in this journey, which we have started with the very, very powerful allies from academia, from technology, from custodianship, and also from various public sector partners. So now I'll like the team to propose a vote of thanks, and I would invite all of you to visit the pavilion, which has been set by Gyan Bharatam, and you can look at the solution, and probably you can give us some more suggestions and ideas how to make it further in a better way.
Thank you, sir. Before we close, there's a small MOU exchange.
That's fine. It's not required.
Okay, okay. So I'd like to thank Secretary, all the panelists, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for attending the session. आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. It's a long journey. We have just started, and as the Secretary has said, please do visit Gyan Bharatam Pavilion in Hall 17. Thank you so much. 14.
India's drone revolution as a founding member of IdeaForge, which is the first drone defense company in India, went public. But today I'm on a new mission to build India's defense against the very drones that I helped build earlier. We have built an AI engine which can do real-time processing of radio signals through which we can detect drones and classify them. Using this as a foundation, we have built a product called Surge, which can detect drones at 5 kilometers and then jam them at 3 kilometers away. In a very short span of time, we have done incredible progress. We have secured 100 crores worth of orders from Ministry of Defense. That's our vision. And
thank you so much, Armory. A big thank you to Piper Serica for their 34. For investing 34 crores for this cause. Let's welcome Ubic Edge on stage. Founders, we have one. Oh. More screen time than the founders at this point.
Hello, everyone. I'm Vasant Patel, CEO and founder of UbiCage. So India is the world's largest physical AI laboratory. Of course, 1.4 billion people, massive infrastructure, but then AI needs ground truth. Okay. So when we look at AI and IoT, there are three stakeholders: tech creators, companies like us, system integrators who have deep sector expertise, be it water, be it energy, be it metal, and then field engineers. Now, talking about field engineers, they're afraid of coding, anything near to coding. System integrators, they have ideas, but then integrators and fear amongst field engineers. This is what we are solving. We have created an AIoT OS infra, AI engine, a cloud platform called Samas, and a hardware platform called Cleon. Just write prompts in Hindi, English. The devices get auto-coded, the dashboards get created, and the solutions get deployed. So now instead of 15, 20 use cases, we are deploying 5,000 plus use cases. So just to clear it out, we have 25,000 plus deployments.
Thank you so much, Ubic Edge.
So I think we are done with most of the pitches. I'd really appreciate all the proactive support we got from the venture ecosystem and the founders to make this pitch fest possible. I'd like to give a final round of applause for both the VCs and the founders who have made this possible, and the entire mighty staff, especially Dr. Ms. Abhishek Singh, Paneer Selvam, and everybody for making this happen. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. For the AI for social good cause, can I request the jury
and all the 10 startups to assemble outside. We'll announce the winners outside since we've run out of time here. Everyone on this side.
So that's why, because all background, because I request all the jury members for the market access track and the special guests to kindly assemble outside MR6, the gate where the Honorable Minister had entered. There it's.
You may use back gates also.
So
And thank you all for being here today. I am Rushali Savan. I work at SAS, where I get to work at the intersection of AI ethics, governance, and social impact. And I'm thrilled to be part of this panel today. We are here because the stakes.
Thank you everyone for joining us. Please give this distinguished panel a big hand before we start.
Thank you so much, Ms. Vandana. I think before we start, would love to have a brief overview from Mr. Vishnath. Right? I think would love to hear from you in terms of how do you see this whole ecosystem evolving and your thoughts, and then we can start with the discussion.
Thank you, Abhijit. Let me set the context from cybersecurity.
It's a privilege to participate in this session under the safe and secure AI. Do they go hand in hand? And I think the Honorable Prime Minister framed this beautifully. Sarvajana Hitaya, Sarvajana Sukhaya. AI for the welfare for all and all happiness for all. Right? And this aspiration is very powerful, but to translate that aspiration to a sustained impact, one foundation must be strong, which is trust. And trust in an AI-driven world rests on cybersecurity. That's the foundation on which it's built on. India today stands at the forefront of digital transformation with 1.4 billion citizens, world-leading public digital infrastructure, and rapid AI adoption across healthcare, finance, manufacturing, governance, and even startups. The scale at which AI is operating here is unmatched. And when AI operates at population scale, security becomes systematic. This is not simply about protecting your computer systems. It's about protecting digital identities, protecting financial transactions, protecting healthcare data, and protecting industrial operations, which can be life-saving, mission-critical, and also national critical infrastructure. AI is simultaneously expanding opportunity for all of us. At the same time, it's expanding the attack surface. We are seeing three fundamental shifts on AI specifically. First, the speed at which AI innovation is happening and the attacks are actually operating at machine speed. Second, the scale. Automation industrialized threat activity, dramatically increasing volume and sophistication. And third, complexity. AI introduced new layers, whether it's your data pipeline, whether it is API, whether it is the modeling, whether it is the agents or the interconnected ecosystem. This is why we need to really build cyber resilience as a core metric and not just perfection. No nations, no enterprise can eliminate risk entirely, but we can design a system that can detect attacks faster, responds automatically, and minimize disruption. This is the context from an AI point of view. And this is where US-India partnerships becomes strategically important, because the United States brings AI research, platform innovation, and most importantly, cybersecurity frameworks. And India brings digital infrastructure, engineering talent, and one of the fastest growing AI economies in the world. Together we can shape coordinated model for secure AI that includes threat intelligence. There's a vast need for threat intelligence to collaborate. And most importantly, align security standards for critical infrastructure and secure by design principles for AI systems and joint development for cybersecurity talent. And that's very critical, and protecting emerging domains from cloud, infrastructure, network, endpoint, operational technology, and most importantly, AI supply chains. I think this model is evolving. We must also recognize that AI is just not transforming enterprise, it's transforming to a national resilience point of view. You take the critical infrastructure, whether it's energy, telecom, transportation, financial systems, and healthcare, are mostly becoming AI enabled. That makes cybersecurity coordination between nations more essential. And this is where public-private partnerships play a very important role. And let me also emphasize the important dimension about talent. Why AI is accelerating, but cybersecurity talent is scarce. And this is where we need to not only drive AI literacy, but with cybersecurity fluency. Because it's an intelligence-driven economy, resilience becomes a core life-saving skill set. If we align on frameworks, collaborate on intelligence sharing, invest in skills, and design for resilience rather than a reactive security model, we can ensure that AI becomes a multiplier of prosperity, not just vulnerability. India's AI leadership is already visible. The next front line in AI leadership is securing the AI model at scale. And this is a shared responsibility and a shared opportunity both for India and the United States, whereby you have this AI security at energy level, at the chip level, at the AI model level, and then comes your application layers level, serving this right-hand side for industries and economy. The trust layers and the frameworks becomes a foundation on even monetizing this AI model. Monetization would not have completed without cybersecurity as foundation. That's a context I thought I'll set it across for the audience.
Sure. Absolutely, I think that is really helpful. One key takeaway that we kind of anyway see is that AI is moving from experimentation towards reality. And when we talk about security, right, we are basically shifting from securing systems to securing intelligence. So with that regards, if we talk about the entire ecosystem as a whole, right, wherein we talk about governance, we talk about identity or security layers, we talk about the hardware, everything becomes important, and at every segment, right, there is a particular way in which we do things. So while we talk about it, we've tried to segment things into two ways, wherein we'll first of all try to understand how do we really secure an architecture of trust. So my first question goes to Anne from IBM. So Anne, I think we've seen how AI is shifting, right, from a tool for defense to potential attack vector itself. So when we talk about it, how do you see India and US bilateral framework evolve to address this whole evolution of cyber for AI? And by that, we are specifically talking about how the integrity of training data for critical infrastructure models, right? So would love to hear from you on your thoughts.
Well, first I'd like to just say thank you for inviting IBM to participate in this important conversation, and thank you for the question. I'll start by answering it by saying simply that as AI becomes more embedded in critical infrastructure, the security of AI becomes the issue of national security. And so we're no longer just defending systems with AI, we have to defend the AI systems themselves. And that begins with trust in the training data. Because if the training data can be manipulated or poisoned or subtly distorted, then even the most sophisticated models can be turned into liabilities. And this is where a US-India partnership can play a catalytic role. So first, I think that we need a shared bilateral standard for AI data integrity, an agreed upon framework for provenance, lineage, and the auditability of training data. At IBM, we've been advocating for this globally through our work on AI governance toolkits like watsonx governance, like our AI fact sheets, and our contributions to international efforts such as Singapore's AI Verify and the NIST AI risk management framework. We're proving that transparency and assurance are operational concepts and not academic ideals. Second, the two countries should build joint red teaming programs for AI, especially in those critical sectors like energy, infrastructure, telecom, transportation, and finance. They should mirror the collaborative cybersecurity training programs that were already underway. IBM runs extensive AI red teaming and adversarial teaming programs worldwide, and these programs can serve as models for bilateral cooperation. Third, we must treat data integrity as an end-to-end supply chain challenge, from how data is sourced, to how it is stored, to how it is verified and signed. Technologies like digital signatures, cryptographic hashing, secure enclaves, and watermarking for model and dataset provenance should form the backbone of a shared architecture. So ultimately, I think the US and India have an opportunity to set global norms for cyber for AI for the rest of the world to follow.
Great, awesome insights. Thank you so much. I think it's very critical, right? When we talk about governance, I think it needs to evolve as well as we move forward, and that is where the next set of questions goes to Siddharth from AMD. I think while we have talked about policy, right, it's really important how do we really secure systems at the hardware level itself. So when we talk about AMD, right, I think you have already been powering almost 30% of India's GPU cluster
capacity, supporting a lot of sovereign-based workloads and cloud platform providers. Now, when we talk about these clusters, these are also becoming prime targets, right, for AI-driven ransomware. So how is AMD collaborating with security agencies to kind of ensure that there is foundational defense for this whole Indian-based infrastructure? Your thoughts, please.
Thanks, Abhijit, for the question, and thank you for inviting AMD to this event. So India is definitely growing a lot in terms of the GPU power and all that, right? And I think it's essential to secure the GPU clusters that we have. AMD is approaching security from a very deliberate defense from ground up. That's the main philosophy that we have, right? We're looking at in three different ways, right? First is that we need to build security in the hardware itself, right? So we have something called as AMD Infinity Guard, which is a combination of secure boot, hardware trust. Then we have secure encrypted virtualization and many more features which are part of the hardware itself. So what happens is when the hardware itself is secure, even if software gets attacked at the OS or the hypervisor or that level, your key data at the base is not compromised, right? Because the hardware is taking care of security there, right? The next on that is at the platform level. So it's not only the silicon, but the entire platform, which is what we are doing with, say, Helios. We're getting CPUs and GPUs together, right? At the platform level, we have a lot more integrity between each of the components, and that makes it work. And finally, we have, collaborating with all the ecosystem vendors. We are ourselves not a security provider, but we work with the ecosystem, make sure that whatever we are building in terms of hardware, software, the customers can use it. One thing that we truly believe at AMD is that security cannot be built as an afterthought. It has to be built ground up. It has to be built when the product is designed and when the whole platform is designed. So that's kind of the place where we are focusing on.
Correct. And I think it's great to hear these thoughts. And we have anyways seen AMD growing and becoming more solution focused as well. So thank you for those insights. While we talk about hardware, right, so we also wanted to understand how do we safeguard AI systems during deployment, which is where my next set of question goes to Ram from Google. So Ram, you've stated clearly, right, when we talk about safety is a core infrastructure. And for AI to deliver economic impact, right? So when we talk about Google, how is your focus on AI on-device safeguards, right? So in terms of, I think you already have products like Gemini Nano. So how do you use it to kind of product or address India's unique challenge, right, for large-scale digital fraud?
Thank you, Abhijit, and thank you for inviting Google to this important conversation. Yeah, I think I agree with the panelists in terms of the ecosystem approach. But maybe I'll keep it a little bit more narrow in terms of how we think about the coordination between software, hardware, and users. Google is no stranger to this country. Many of the products are loved by us Indians, so that's exciting. So the way we think about our framework is to really think about protecting users, defending where it makes sense, and then of course responding when we need to respond if we missed a particular piece of feedback during the software development. So giving you an example, and I'll talk about Gemini Nano as well in a second. In terms of protection, it's really about things we do behind the scenes before it even gets to you, right? Simple things like billions of messages in Gmail that have spam every day that we are filtering based on our own AI systems and learning of the Indian landscape. Something that we just do it for you while you're sleeping is taken care, so you're like safeguarded. That's just a simple example. Another example of defending is something like SynthID. And just talked about similar watermarking technologies where we can detect AI slop or not, and you can use Google SynthID to figure out is the image AI generated or not. Very, very important in today's world of deepfakes. We can extend it further to something like a financial scam. So if you're actually on the phone, on an Android phone, talking to pretending to be a financial institution, and you actually have a voice call around financial transactions, or they're asking you to, luring you into giving you money or something, the system will detect you that this seems unusual for a bank to ask you these questions. So you may want to hang up right now. Again, this is very on-device using Gemini Nano. The information or the call doesn't leave the device, as an example, right? I could go on and on in terms of examples, how we think about it. But mostly the way we think about this approach is, can we actually meet the users where it matters? And can we do it in a way that it's actually helpful in your daily life? There are other examples such as screen sharing as well. So this is a very common tactic in India where you're asked to share your screen during an issue during financial transactions. We now obfuscate the screen if there's a banking screen. We also make sure that we partner with ecosystem players like Navi or PhonePe to tell you that, hey, there's something wrong here. You shouldn't be sharing a screen, and you may want to turn off the screen sharing. In terms of resolution, that's actually really important to us because not only do we comply with all of the laws, but we're also open for feedback loops. So whenever we hear feedback, whenever we get rich community feedback, we're quick to respond and improve our own software systems. So yeah, it's like a multi-pronged approach, but excited to start this conversation and excited to take this to the next level. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ram. So, Narendra ji, thank you so much for being here. Would love to hear from you. I know you got busy somewhere else, but yeah, means we started off the session without you, but would love to hear your thoughts maybe for the audience.
And I must thank you, sir, for making it despite the traffic
challenges.
Correct.
No, I was held up in the traffic actually. I thought it takes around 20 minutes to come here, but it took me more than an hour.
No worries, sir. I think great that you could make it.
I took an alternate route and came, and then still there also I got stuck. I think there's some movement that's happening, that's why they stopped it. So we speak from here, that's what I saw the instructions for,
Sure. Right, so I think Ram, thanks a lot for your thoughts. I think it's really important because we look at the user base, I think it's everywhere, right? The next question, while we talk about AI safeguards, I think it's also important to have a trusted supply chain ecosystem as well in order to come up with these level of scale of things that we are talking about. So my next question goes to Hari from Applied Materials. So Hari, again, building a trusted supply chain, right? So when we talk about India, its scale is really growing in terms of how it's getting into the whole supply chain or semiconductor supply chain infrastructure. The whole point here is to kind of build trust and resilience, which is clearly becoming quite critical, right? So when you talk about Indian suppliers to meet those global expectations, where do you think India-US collaboration can help build a more trusted global competitive supply base?
So thank you for the invite, and it's always a pleasure where in my personal life I've been part of the world's oldest democracy and the world's largest democracy. So sitting here on this panel, it's a pleasure, and many of you are my customers and partners. So again, the collaboration continues between US and India. So with that, let me take this question and break it down a little bit. When we talk about supply chain, the first thing that comes to my mind is standards. Right? So if at all COVID has taught us anything, it's a diverse supply chain where you have to have suppliers in multiple locations and it meeting the same requirements. So standards become very important. You cannot have one particular supply chain producing better or inferior compared to other parts of the world. So adhering to those global standards is huge. The next, I think we talked about security. I mean, India has got a unique opportunity where we can start implementing security by design, not just by layering it, but building it as part of the ecosystem. So you can take a greenfield approach in many aspects when you're designing your supply systems and implementing those security measures right from scratch. And the United States has got many of these, I would say many of these standards available for quite a long time. So taking some of that, implementing it and making it improved is much, much better option. Then the other part is process design and repeatability. You can have process, but repeatable process is super important. So adhering to some of these standards and ensuring that they scale, and not only scale, but repeat itself consistently is huge. Whenever you build a fab, you invest about $15 billion, and that goes over about 15, 20 years. So when you do that, you have to produce consistently for the next 15, 20 years on each one of these fabs. Lastly, talent, right? So when you're talking about talent, academia and institutions, both from the United States and India, have to come together to meet some of the unique talent requirements. India has got one of the youngest workforces in the world, and the United States has got a huge amount of knowledge, which is in a number of locations. So combining this provides, again, a unique opportunity. Now, let's talk about applied materials. What are we doing here? We have built an innovation center, which is so unique that we have brought a number of process tools into India. And what this does is, it brings suppliers close to these tools. So we are able to collaborate in a much better way. And if any of you have got an opportunity, it's in Bangalore, and you can visit some of those locations as well. We are also working on a lot of co-development models with our suppliers. We're looking at how can we manufacture some of these components in India with the same consistency as what we do in other parts of the world, and develop an ecosystem here in India. And lastly, we are looking at how can we do a lot of these alignment along with the talent which is available. So if you have a combination of all these, where you've got a resilient supply chain, which is built through common standards, deep partnerships, and speed of execution, I think we'll have a good supply chain. Thank you.
Great thoughts, yeah. So I think while we talk all about building the architecture of trust, it's quite important to understand that when we talk about all these layers, right, governance is which defines trust. When we talk about the hardware layer, it anchors it, safety enforces it, and of course, when we talk about supply chain, it scales it, right? So we'll try to touch upon how do we go about operationalizing it. Now the next segment, we'll try to run a bit more quickly, right? The first question, probably a follow-up to you, Ram. I think when we talk about operationalizing, right, we have seen the scale of 1.4 billion people that exist in India, and given India's Data Protection Act also coming into play, where do you think Google can balance AI safety and safeguards, right, across this entire set of population?
Yeah, I'll try to be quick. First of all, in terms of compliance to the law, we're very excited to do that and meet where it matters, the standards. But where I want to take this question is actually to talk about our investment in more, systematic resources. We've recently launched the Google Safety and Engineering Center. It's actually based in Hyderabad, the center.
Right.
And that's a center that signifies not just how we build, our safety, designing our products, but also how we can actually collaborate with the ecosystem in a much more structured way. So we think, with the use of the center, we can actually further design, things like, Gemini Nano, which we just talked about, which is on-device models. We can also make sure that the sovereign sort of cloud and sovereign requirements that, Indian DPI infrastructure needs can also be cemented there.
Right.
But so we look at it as a more structured approach and a lot more sustainable approach rather than just one-off kind of projects. Okay, understood. So while we talk about, again, Siddharth, a question to you as well, right? So while we understand that when we talk about US AI action plan, right, which uses AMD supercomputers like Lux to develop more secure federated infrastructure, what could be the resilience blueprints that could be used from these global projects and be shared with India government, right? Specifically in terms of fostering the whole India and US collaboration.
Yeah, sure. I'll try to be quick as well. One of the things that we are very proud of what we are doing with Lux and Oak Ridge National Labs, right? We have focused on making sure we have a secure, federated, and standards-based sort of infrastructure in place, right? By federated, what I mean is that if something happens to one part of the infrastructure, one part of the node, the whole thing doesn't go down, right? It's not a single machine, so it's distributed. So that's one of the things that is federated. On open standards, and Hari talked a little bit about standards as well, right? It's pretty important to use standard parts, right? Like standard CPUs, GPUs, software, networking. So, you kind of open it up so that other people can contribute as well. And, so with security and being open, we get a lot more done through that, right? That's basically a big focus from an AMD perspective. And that's what I feel is a blueprint for success.
Okay, that's interesting. I think that is something that is absolutely needed. So while we talk about the whole blueprint, I think, Hari, a question to you, right? So as we see this whole semiconductor manufacturing, this whole ecosystem evolving, right? I think the whole manufacturing is also becoming very digital in nature, automated, and as well as AI driven, right? So when we talk about this whole new evolution, how is the industry approaching security across smart factories as the use of data, automation, and AI systems grow? And just to follow up to it as well, right? How do you build capabilities to ensure that you meet both speed and resilience while also ensuring that, again, especially for new fabs and ecosystems, right, built out of India?
Yeah, thank you for the question. If you look at any conversation today, AI is a big piece of it, and without that, conversation is not complete, right? So when you're talking about securing, you have to secure across the full stack. There is no other option. It has to be end-to-end, and security is going to play a key role. When you're looking at AI models, AI is going to be part of our life. And when you're having that, your data becomes super important. And earlier talked about injection, false injections. You have to protect your data streams completely. If you do not protect your data, then you've got no chance of winning this particular entire ecosystem. So when you're looking at developing some of these AI developed models, ensure that your training is done wisely and it's done in a form where it's responsible data. Then when you're bringing up AI, use it responsibly. Responsible AI is a key requirement for any of these areas. So you're looking at process optimization, you're looking at optimization for decisions, you're looking at safeguards. All of these systems, AI is going to play a key role. Then when you're looking at manufacturing, the question in terms of how do you improve speed and resilience, AI is going to again play a very, very key role. Predictive analytics. You're looking at automated diagnostic tools. You're looking at digital tools. All of these areas will help you accelerate. We should not be reinventing anything which is already there. Copying is the highest form of flattery, but again, we'll have to ensure that copyrights are protected. So ask permission, but look at the knowledge, ensure that the knowledge is used widely. And once you start doing that, you got the ability to leapfrog. You can leapfrog in terms of automation. You can leapfrog in terms of manufacturing. That is always the end goal in terms of what we need to do. Thank you.
Great, awesome. Thank you so much. And the last question to Anne, I think when we talk about Digital Personal Data Protection Act, right, which is kind of a reality in India. So how is IBM helping enterprises to integrate security by design and transform workflows while also being innovative and more resilient as well?
Great, so thanks for the question, and I'll also try to be quick, but we do it in a lot of ways, so I want to
sure.
cover the bases. So the DPDP sends a really clear message, which is that innovation can't come at the expense of individual privacy, and so we have to protect privacy as we continue to iterate and innovate. And so security by design for us is really making sure that security and privacy are not afterthoughts, that they are embedded in AI workflows from an end-to-end basis. And so what does that mean? That's privacy-preserving data architecture. Those are things like federated learning, differential privacy, encryption, advanced encryption techniques, and multi-party computation. And these are particularly effective and impactful in sensitive industries like banking and healthcare. There's also a clear mandate under the DPDP for accountability for data use. And so we operationalize that with some of our governance products like What's Next Governance, which provides transparency for end-to-end life cycles around auditing the trail of data that's used in our products. It also aligns with the transparency and purpose-driven limitations that are embedded in the DPDP. We also have zero trust architecture principles, and so we monitor anomalous access, detect data leakage, and we enforce least privilege policies. And then finally, as I mentioned in my earlier answer, we are a global champion for AI governance frameworks like NIST's AI RMF and the Singapore AI Verify. So these are best practices. We bring those best practices embedded in our products and services to clients in India to make sure that they are DPDP ready from day one. So it's not a roadblock to innovation, but it is something that needs to be managed as a foundational basis rather than a nice to have.
Got it. Thank you so much for these insights. I think we have got a lot of insights which are really impactful and what also makes sense. So again, a closing note, right? So in terms of what we believe is all security is no longer protecting AI, but it's also enabling AI, right? So with that, would love to pass it over to Narendranath ji to address the whole audience and let us know your thoughts as well on this.
Yeah, I got 30 seconds. Thank you. Yeah, so I'll quickly not go into any details. First thing is I felt very good. Secure by design is one of my pet topic and people have been talking about it. I'm good to hear that. So, one is AI for cybersecurity is one part in the AI mission that we have been trying to introduce. And we have had an AI threat panel, that meeting that we have had, and this is one thing we'll do. Especially at nation scale, if you want to protect infrastructure and the amount of data, the alert fatigue that comes in, AI would definitely be required for doing, one is to, take care of all the alerts and also do the, predictive and, autonomous cybersecurity practices that are required. That's one part we'll do. And then cybersecurity of AI is another aspect. One thing is the normal cybersecurity practices are applicable here also. The maturity level that we have in cybersecurity has to be enhanced so that, that's a challenge that we're addressing now, and that will continue to be there even when AI comes. The specific use cases for AI, one is of course that, unlike in other places, the user plane and control plane has converged here. Like in the AI, user data itself can come in corruption of the system performance. So that is one area that is there. The other is the provenance of training data that I talked about. I think one thing that we expect from the industry is when they are giving the systems, they should actually, with the users, they should cooperate to find the provenance of the training data is very important because the performance of the system depends on that. I think that's where the close cooperation is required. And I hope that the industry pitches in and the persons who are providing the solutions will actually have transparency about how the system has been designed and has been implemented. That is important. So I think this is all I'll have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to all the panel members. I think this session was really interesting and the insights were really helpful. Ranjana ji, any closing thoughts?
Nothing. I just wanted to say that we have a time constraint. We could have gone on and on and on. And I would also like to acknowledge in the audience we have Amy Shuttlebar, our board member, and the Minister Economic in the US Embassy. Please give a big hand to the panel.
If I could request the panelists to stand
And
for
we
a
are
group
going to
photo.
follow it up, please. Thank you so much.
If we
Thank
can
you
get
so
a
much.
group photo. Yeah. Thank you to the speakers. We will quickly reset the stage and move directly into session 2, which covers Pillar India AI Innovation Center and is themed Building India's AI Foundation, the India AI Innovation Center, and Indigenous Model Development. It's our pleasure to have these speakers with us today. Dr. Vivek Kumar Singh, Senior Advisor, Science and Technology at NITI Aayog. Mr. M.A.K.P. Singh, Member Hydro and Chief Information Security Officer, Ministry of Power, and CTO and Global Advisor for the Cyber Peace Foundation. Mr. Suresh Nanduru, India Lead, Strategy and Consulting Global Network at Accenture. Dr. Thomas Zakaria, SVP, Strategic Technical Partnership and Public Policy at AMD. Mr. Harsh Dan, Generative AI, Health AI, and Research Partnerships Head at Google APAC. Kishore Balaji, Executive Director, Government Affairs, IBM South Asia. Gokul V. Subramaniam, President and Vice President.
Thrown us the challenge, and when you work closely with governments, what would be your advice in terms of helping governments manage this transition in a conscious and an intentional way, rather than what Sabina is highlighting is often we think that the problem is not large enough because we are simply not counting the problem in the right way. So what would be an appropriate way of managing this transition with minimal, we can't say no disruption. OpenAI Academy is also doing stuff. So can you reflect a little bit on what your approach and theory of change is?
Yeah, I think we're very clear that we're not the experts on this for sure. And I think we will have to work with, people like Sabina and Dr. Claire to, one, understand the problem, two, work with them to also find the solution, and then therefore together give an advice on what should the government be doing around these issues. I'm not trying to skirt the question. I'm just like being, I think, very candid that, we have people within OpenAI. We have a chief economist, Dr. Ronnie Chatterjee, who we've got on board, who is actually thinking about this day in and day out. And we have a whole economic research function within the company, within the research lab, to actually think about, one, how is ChatGPT being used across the world? And then therefore, also what is the impact of jobs? And we did come out with a blueprint last year around this topic, where we had the chief economic advisor to the Prime Minister's office also come in and talk about his concerns around the job loss that might happen. And of course, I feel like the conversation has really shifted from last year, February, to obviously where we are today in February this year, because we can, to a very large degree, articulate at least what we have seen in the last 1 year, because now the technology is also evolving and in some way maturing. Earlier there was a very limited level of adoption. Now, of course, we're seeing a very high level of adoption, not only just within consumers, but also a lot around enterprises, like Nirmit was saying. And so we did do a report in collaboration with ICRIER, which we just launched actually over the weekend. And that clearly says, and we did go out and speak to or survey around 650 companies across India, because we wanted to root this conversation in facts. There was a lot of this, that, oh, there's going to be a lot of job loss, and then there were a whole set of people saying there are going to be new jobs, so we're all okay. And so I think we really wanted to make sure that we're rooting this conversation in a little bit of survey which is localized and talks to what is happening in India, as opposed to a data set which is international and really doesn't speak to what's going on the ground. And what we've heard 650 companies tell us is that they are slowing down their hiring, but at the same time, overall growth of jobs within their companies is increasing. And of course, there's a lot of nuance in that fact and in that stat, and you can feel free to go out and read that report. But I think overall, what we are hearing them say to us is that they are seeing a lot of their engineers and their overall employees, not just engineers, but people in finance, legal, HR, across functions, actually be a lot more efficient and productive with the adoption of AI. And so I think really our view on this is that you have to adopt and you have to start using this technology to be able to understand what that reskilling, upskilling looks like, because at least what we've seen is that the upskilling is much faster and much easier. And we are, of course, making and taking initiatives like the OpenAI Academy to be able to provide all of this content for free, so that today, if you're a teacher, you can go out and understand what are the best practices to not just use our models, but use AI in general. Plus, we're also doing similar stuff by launching certifications of OpenAI, which means the minute you take those courses, one, you know how to use AI more effectively, but also secondly, your employability increases significantly after you take that certification. So we want to be part of the solution, and therefore we want to be able to work with universities, with experts to figure out what's the right path. And we're doing a lot around diagnosing the problem as well with Ronnie and our team.
So again, both you, Pragya, and what Aditi presented earlier, we are clearly seeing there is a premium applied to whether you have the green skills or whether you have the AI skills. The question is, I think as Sabina was saying, and what you're also, I guess, attempting to do, bringing that down to a place-based conversation rather than just a macro conversation. So Nimrit, as an entrepreneur, what would you say are, I mean, if you had to give some kind of, green shoots of enthusiasm out to the policymakers, what would you say are India's core strengths in its skill base, or in its kind of demographic base, or otherwise, which we can present as here are some strengths that we could leverage through this transition and disruption?
So I'll use the word, I think so with AI and jobs, I'm cautiously optimistic. That's the word I would use. So of course we need to be cautious, but we also need to be optimistic. See, as humanity, we run on hope. And I can say that without having any agenda on either sides, because I also run the biggest human job network for 0 to 7 years, which is Youth of India. And at the same time, we also have Blue Machines AI, which is on the AI, agentic AI side. So I can be probably very, I would say, bipartisan in some shape and form as I talk about this. So at least my perspective on what we are seeing, see, and before Microsoft Excel came out, in some shape and form, there was like a whole building of people doing calculations and modeling. Once Microsoft Excel came out, all of this modeling work was done by Excel. These people got out from the repetitive task and started doing something creative. And in today's world, and I'm talking about AI today, and I really believe AGI is really far away. I think so. It's not going to be that like that humanity is going to get destroyed. It's far away. So in today's world, as I see, the jobs are getting unbundled in some shape and form. The repetition part of the jobs is going to go away. Humans are going to be more creative. For example, yesterday I was using one AI tool to build, I was with my marketing department, we were trying to build an advertisement. And in that advertisement, we were trying to say that, say, a guy is driving the car, but we had to specify the guy is driving the car, but the shoot angle has to be from this side, and then the car moves in this side. So all of the directorship or that creativity is still human. And I think so we humans are best at creativity, and that is what we do more, and we will start seeing that more jobs going in that direction. I will also see again there's going to be a very big rise if the two jobs if I'm going to bet on for future is FDE, forward deployment engineering, because a lot of times big organizations struggle on how do you go and apply AI. Like say it's a trucking business, they want to apply AI. If you don't understand trucking very well enough, you cannot apply AI there. So think about that, transitioning that job. I think so that will be very important. Evals is going to be a very, very big thing for India. I'm really, really looking forward to that. See, India is a very, very complex environment, multilingual, multi-sectoral. There are different cultures, and to ensure that AI works in that way. So we are seeing a lot of work happening in that direction. Sure. And where we have a frontier small lab at Apna, which is actually building those data sets which big model companies will use in future. So that will be, world models are coming up in future. I think so a lot of work is going to happen in there. We are also building data sets there. So as we see a lot of this are new jobs that are getting created. So at least my perspective is I don't think so if I am a graduate or I am say maybe 2 years into a job, I will not lose my job to AI, but I will lose my job to a person who uses AI. So at least my perspective is going to be there. Try and learn new skills. I don't think so we can be like an ostrich saying that AI is going to change the world. What do I do? I think so get the head up as a young person getting into professional world. See where you can apply AI, because see, AI can do a lot of mundane tasks, but nuances is what we humans are good at. Use your power of imagination, nuances, ask the right questions, use AI to then scale it to this, and will hopefully go to a world of extreme abundance. And I really hope that we go in that direction.
Okay. Let's stop at extreme abundance and turn to Claire, because we've had a diverse discussion on the micro issue that Sabina, Pragya, and Nirmit have identified. And there's a good story to tell, and there's a uncomfortable story to confront. But back to governance at a national level or a global level, political leaders might be aware of the micro, but have to articulate a macro. And that's where nuance gets lost. How do we balance this diversity of views when it comes to developing those guardrails, those cushions that you want some international cooperation on? What's the biggest risks we want to confront?
I mean, I think that the international conversation on AI is, as we all know and as we see here, very fragmented, and it's perhaps better to think of it as several conversations. There is a conversation about safety and the sort of existential risk element, which is different to this conversation about jobs. There are overlaps, but it's just a different conversation, and that's okay. Not everything has to be about everything. I mean, I think on this jobs question, as I say, I think there's two ways to look at it, and I can see that we have 1 minute left, so let me try to be as quick as I can. I think one is for governments to do the things they've always done, but just do them in a new context. You know, governments have always thought about employment. It's one of the main reasons why governments fall, is when is when there is high unemployment and governments are not meeting people's aspirations. So of course public policy is often very much dominated by questions of employment. That's going to be the same, it's just in this new context. Governments have always thought about skills, they've always thought about social protection. So I think there's a way in which the AI conversation is not new, it's just a reformulation of exactly the same public policy issues that have always dominated political debate, but with the new opportunities and risks, and therefore I think a level of urgency that perhaps we haven't seen for a while. There are, of course, some specific things that governments can do, that they must do, that are responding specifically to the opportunities and the threats of AI, which are in the areas that we've discussed here: skills, social protection, all of those things. I would like to see, my last point, I do think there is a problem with leadership. I do think that although there are many governments who talk a lot about AI and it's a train that everybody wants to be on, I do think that we perhaps have seen a little bit less in the way of specific actions confronting the complexities. Everybody wants to be the person who shakes hands over the new data center in their country and things that look great. People are a bit less keen to talk about what the costs might be and how they, as governments, have a responsibility for managing transitions. But finally, governments do stuff because we as citizens make them do stuff, ultimately. I think we can't pass the buck to companies any more than we can pass the buck to companies or to anybody else. If we want this to happen, ultimately it always comes back, as the jobs question does, it always comes back to the individual and to what we want.
That focus on ultimately our individual responsibility is spot on. All sorts of sirens and bells are going off. I guess, that's a sign that we got to all wake up. I think what we've got from this panel, I'm really sorry that we don't have time for questions, but we've got from this panel is, on one hand, the huge opportunity that exists in terms of the clean transition. We at CEW say, let's create clean markets that don't exist. I guess we now have to create clean labor markets that don't exist. And I think the data that Aditi shared, the tool that Weber, my colleague, shared, but also what Nirmit, you as an entrepreneur are trying to do, Pragya, what you're trying to do with your stakeholders, Sabina, you shining the spotlight on the uncomfortable things, and then Claire, you trying to take it up to the halls of the powers that be. I think it just demonstrates that this is not going to be solved by any single individual or stakeholder. It is a partnership, but that requires intentionality. We are here to partner with all of you, but all of you out there, good luck in retaining your jobs or getting a new one. Thank you. They want to give us a memento.
केवाईसी अपडेट के लिए अनजान लिंक खोलना मतलब चोरों के लिए अपना दरवाजा खोलना। रुको, चेक किया लिंक सिक्योर है। सेंडर आपका बैंक है। फर्जी केवाईसी अपडेट, लिंक से बचिए।
झूठी जल्दबाजी में ना फंसिए।
आरबीआई कहता है
जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
Driven by the relentless commitment of excellence, CRC Group presents an icon for India, anchored in an irreplaceable address, crafted by world-renowned experts, every line drawn with intent, refining the skyline, waving nature into design, tuning the wind to harmony, crafting interiors with grace, engineered perfection, certifying precision, delivering with mastery. The experiential uber luxury living for the chosen few. The Peridona. Live more. A new pinnacle of design and distinction. CRC Group. Building values.
Baby's first winter, no? Cold, wind, dry weather. How to protect these soft cheeks from dryness?
We won't let that happen. These chubby cheeks will remain soft. For first winter, doctor recommended Himalaya Gentle Baby Lotion and Gentle Baby Cream with Penta Moisture Lock and pH 5.5 for soft winter-ready skin. Himalaya Gentle Baby Lotion and Gentle Baby Cream. Loved by babies for first winter.
Lacrima eius sunt margarite super altare misericordiae. In lumine tuo intellegit, quod amor non fugit in tenebris, et dolor fit via fidei ubi tu semper praesens. O lux Dei sanctifica fletum, et faceum benedictionem, ut omnes qui plorant in te reperiant pacem aeternam. Deus absconditus manes in silentio presentia tua, non invento nec in igne, sed in murmure tenuissimo. Quando non video lucem, et via es in essigno, scio te estem
orientation is going to be extremely important. Secondly, practicing this AI and human partnership. So students need to work with AI continuously to see how this partnership works extremely well. They can't just assume that one day we'll go to AI and figure it out. The relationship between human and AI is going to be complex, and working with it is going to be extremely important. Thirdly, working in teams, irrespective of how many AIs are there. The world is going to be inhabited by 8 billion or so people. So you're going to have some sort of humans in the loop making decisions. How do you work with them? How do you do persuasion? Is a conversation that we were having just as we were waiting. Verbal communication is going to be increasingly important. And lastly, I think a breadth of knowledge. I think the MBA in that sense is very well placed because a lot of domain knowledge is going to be democratized. But how do you connect dots across various fields of human and technological innovation is going to be extremely important in times to come. So these are the 5 things I think will be extremely important.
Thank you, Shivaji. I think the young generation and the students in the audience should take note of it, and these are absolutely on the mark. I would now move to Mr. Chauhan. Could you elaborate a little bit about the idea of an online university, and what is it that you as an university, as your university is doing in the AI space?
Thank you so much, and thank you, Srivatsa, for having me here, along with the Amity team sitting in the audience. Amity Online today is pioneering digital online education, not only in the country, but across the world. In 2018, the government released regulations to formalize online undergraduate, postgraduate degrees like a BBA or an MBA or computer applications. In 2019, Amity was the first university in India to get approval for licensing online degrees, and we are now educating more than 200,000 students across postgraduate, undergraduate degree programs, and it is such an important requirement in the country where 40 million students have to enter the higher education ecosystem in the next 10 years. It is impossible to open campuses, physical campuses across the country. So through the power of digital India and the distribution of technology, Amity Online is really scaling online education across the country, where we are, through AI, really trying to personalize the entire education journey as well, where we have a virtual professor, virtual tutor on a learning management system, which can solve doubts through a Socratic way, through a Socratic dialogue with the students to answer any doubts, any academic questions, administrative questions that the students might have. We do a lot of AI simulations, AI assessments in our programs. All our examinations are AI proctored, where students are personalized, but there's an individual proctor, AI proctor, watching each student while they're giving the assessment. A lot of our content is AI driven, where now, because of AI, power of AI, the cost of content development has reduced by 10 times, which is a significant academic institution. So AI, we're really in a remarkable time, Dr. Subhajyoti, and it is for institutions to really take the lead in trying to implement and trying to pilot with platforms. Because why I say pilot is because we're also in work in progress. As we know that models are changing every few months, and now models are building themselves. So it's a really transitionary period where universities, institutions like Jaipuria, like Amity, have to take the lead in the country and really get the best of AI practices for students.
Thank you, Mr. Chauhan, and the scale of operations that you've mentioned, indeed, a great fit for usage of generative AI in your kind of a setup. So look forward to hearing more stories from coming out of here.
Absolutely.
I'll now move to Dr. Rajiv. You are a leading BIMTech, and I think you also come from a finance background. I read your profile very keenly. If I ask you the question about trust, I mean, we are all using AI a lot in our day-to-day life. Even students are using, practitioners are using. But who is responsible? How do we answer the question to the stakeholders as to who builds trust? Well, how do you deal with this question of trust in the usage of AI, especially if you can focus on an educational institution setup?
The trust, thank you, giving me this opportunity. A very right question in today's day, when we are talking to machine, when machine is doing a lot of things. So to my feeling is the trust has to be, the party who is developing a particular AI agent or model, like Jaipuria and Amity, who are developing those AI agents or AI model, the fundamental responsibility lies with them to integrate the trust component into that. So that is the first and foremost thing they have to. Of course, there is a lot of regulatory, we are in a very exciting phase, as Srivat said. Over some time period, the regulatory landscape will evolve. Right now, regulatory landscape is not so strong. And so my answer to your question is going to be the fundamental responsibility lies with the organizations, the behemoths who are designing these AI agents, even AI agents have started building new AI agents. They have started becoming, Socratic. And so the primary responsibility lies with them. And that can come only through a human intervention. A human will be having ethical values, what is right, wrong. The fairness component has to be incorporated. In fact, I'm going to be giving an example to you that recently I heard that one of the B school has used a AI agent where they are screening students for their joining the MBA program. After that process, they realized that the AI tool screened out students who are from vernacular medium. So speaking English is treated as a communication skill. Communication skill is far beyond than speaking English. So communication skill is that I may not be a good speaker, but I may be one of the best communicator. The way I'm looking, I'll be able to talk to you. So the fairness part of it, the reduction of the bias, reduction of, all these things has to be incorporated by the party who's developing an AI agent. So I would like to be sharing with two gentlemen who are sitting next to me who are designing a lot of AI tools. How are you going to ensure that fairness is incorporated? How are you reducing your biases? How are you ensuring that human oversight is there? If you are using an examination tool for a student, you are giving a grade. How do you know that the student is really graded properly? Some kind of a human oversight probably at some point in time is required.
Thank you. I think the very vital points about the responsibility lies on the human, especially the developers. I'll now move to Dr. Talwar. I have clustered the questions, so I've got the 4 academicians and the leaders of academic institutions in one cluster and the 3 industry people in the other cluster. So that's how I'm doing it. So Dr. Talwar, my question to you, you are leading a global university in India. So there are clearly models that come across about how AI is being used in a global setup and how we are looking at AI within our education setup. When you look at Scandinavian countries, for example, there's a move which is a pushback. They are saying, let's do less of that and more of books and pen papers, more of where the cognitive forces are much more needed. So what is your take and how do you see this kind of a dichotomy?
Thank you very much, Dr. Ray. I think it's a very valid question. Obviously, AI, in whatever form we'll see it transitioning, is very useful for a country like ours, right? So if you have 1.4 billion people, and of course we are looking at trying to evolve a lot of people in terms of education, it makes a lot of sense to adopt it. Now, to your question about University of Southampton and how they are able to integrate this from an Indian context perspective, obviously we have a long-standing AI policy. Now this AI policy is around responsible usage, using it for critical thinking purposes, and of course academic integrity. So these are the core principles on which the AI policy exists. And the whole idea is to be able to, in a sense, transliterate or transition a lot of that thought into our growing campus as we speak. But what you have to remember is, from an Indian perspective, there's a lot of variation, a lot of difference. Why we're using the AI, for example. So the question is not necessarily just about technology. The question's about humanity, questions about the leadership. One is able to, let's say, practice in this context. There's massive language diversity, right? There's massive differences in terms of the access that people have. So there's a bit of an assumption sitting here that, all of the people who might make use of AI are very much or similar to us, which may not necessarily be the case. So are we factoring that in? Are we contextualizing that as well? Are we ensuring that we ourselves, in universities and academic institutions are able to make that kind of investment, right? What you have to remember is, from an Indian perspective, and this is not just about Southampton, I'm talking in general, I think there are certain aspects, and the bigger aspect is, our ability to be able to invest in the computing power that, is required to make full use of AI as we speak in the Indian context, right? What's going well for the Indian context? We know the corporate world has moved on, right? But what is required from our perspective is, how is a student able to experiment? How is a student, even a faculty, able to experiment in that context? Are they comfortable? Are they utilizing it in the right way? How AI is being used in the Indian context may be a little different. Language diversity is different. How we think about English is quite different. And then we express that language in the way the world wants to see it. Maybe we don't want to express it in that way. Are we factoring that context in? Apart from that, I think you spoke about the trust. That becomes a big element, right? Sometimes, we tend to, believe that somebody's guilty before proven innocent. So maybe that kind of thought process also works when somebody is using ChatGPT, right? Those are things that we obviously have to consider as we go forward. So what I'm trying to argue here is that, yes, we will be, any university coming from abroad will be applying a certain AI policy, but is it contextualized? Is it fulfilling employability outcomes? Is it fulfilling usage outcomes? Is it fulfilling trust outcomes? That becomes very important.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Talwal. I think the diversity point and the localization point that you referred to is extremely important, and I think Anthropic opened its office in Bangalore, and I think that's a big move towards perhaps more localization for the Indian context. I'll now move to Dr. Paramjit. As someone who has actually implemented AI solutions in organizations, and you have spoken to leaders across various industries, what, according to you, because we are all hogging into full steam into the AI, but what, according to you, are some of the fundamental misconceptions that you may have come across when speaking to leaders about AI? That will be extremely important for us within the education industry also to understand, please.
I think, first of all, thank you. I would like to thank Jaipur Institute for giving me the opportunity and allowing me to share my experiences. So, when it comes to the business leaders, especially around the AI adoption, so there are few changes what we observed in the last couple of years. Right? Not maybe in the decades, but especially in the last couple of years. So I remember, I think just 3 or 4 years down the line, 4 years earlier, I remember that when we were visiting some of the business leaders, right, and we were trying to convince and we were trying to understand their businesses and how they can leverage the data into their operations, into their businesses, right? So they had a lot of data, but they were not sure how to leverage it, right? So that time, that was the one extreme part of it. But now, suddenly, I think in the last 1-2 years, what we have observed, suddenly the game has changed. And now the expectation, and everyone wants to get into the AI, but now their expectation has gone to the next level, right? Now they want to do everything with the AI, right? So there are a lot of applications, there are a lot of use cases, right from the education industry to finance to healthcare to automotive, whatever industry you take, there are hundreds of use cases, right? Now, the one of the misconception still as of today, what we observe is now the expectation has gone to the next level. So their expectation basically that whatever the solution, whatever the use case they have in mind, they want to achieve sort of the 100% accuracy, right? So in AI world, there is nothing 100% accuracy. There is sort of approximation, right? So maybe the accuracy comes with the iteration, and that's how the system evolves, right? In 2 months, in 3 months, in 6 months, or in a year, in the first draft, we cannot have a working solution which gives you the end-to-end solution or which works for each and every scenario. That doesn't work. Every system, every product, whatever you have in mind, that evolves over a period of time. That needs a lot of, lot of feedback. Lot of feedback goes into the system. System keep on evolving, keep on improving. Right? That's how system improves, and that is, I think, one of the misconception that they want to achieve. Right? They have a lot of expectation, and they want to achieve everything through AI. That's where the feasibility analysis comes in. Right? there are things which are possible through AI, but there are few cognitive skills which still AI lacks, and maybe the R&D is going on. Maybe in the next few years down the line, maybe agents might have the cognitive capabilities as well, and right, and maybe we might be one level ahead. But as of today, there are certain limitations, and those limitations I think every businesses has to bear as of today.
Yeah, great point, Dr. Paramjit. I think you're very right. I think Gen AI or AI applications are always work in progress. I mean, it's never a final frontier, because not only the model is changing, but your own data is changing, context are changing, efficiencies, etc. Thank you, great point. I'll come to the youngest member on the panel now, but he leads BlueWhales.ai, one of the top voice agents, perhaps a pioneering one in the country. I used to watch Air.ai, which was available in US at some point of time. I don't know if it's still there, which also did something like what you are doing now, maybe something more you are doing. So my question to you, Kshitij, would be, from an educational institution point of view, Shivaji mentioned about what are the important skills that today's generation of MBA students need to have. I would like to ask you that what would be the biggest impact that a voice-enabled environment, an AI chatbots or voice bots, you may say, would help or can facilitate within an education industry or a setup?
Thank you, Dr. Ray, for sharing this opportunity and extending this. I think see, when we think about Blue Machines as a voice AI platform, we are basically use case agnostic. The use cases don't essentially come from us. We are limited by our own imagination. A lot of times students and faculty and leaders are the ones that are coming to us with, hey, these are interesting examples of how voice can improve the educational experience inside a university, inside a school. There's a couple of areas we've been exploring with some educational partners, and I think some people in the audience might find it relatable. So first of it is, I would say, teaching assistance. So a lot of times, you have a course, maybe you missed a class, maybe you were sleeping in class, whatever happened, but you missed a certain concept that was critical that the professor was explaining, right? Now you're studying before an exam at 12 in the night, and you don't have someone to call, right? Like you have, maybe your friend has gone to sleep, you don't have a teaching assistant to call. So an AI voice agent that is specifically trained on the lesson plan that was available that morning or the past week allows you to have a very personal and safe conversation and understand, the student can ask a question, understand the concept, and then of course learn how to apply that for an exam the next day. So teaching assistance has been an interesting area. One that we've doubled down upon at Apna and Blue Machines is basically supporting students with interview prep. So every time again you're going out for interviews, especially many of you that might be graduating soon, the idea is that you want to share your story, your narrative properly. Oftentimes we are conscious about our language skills. We spoke about English being a criteria that many organizations are looking for. So I think a lot of times an AI coach is available to not only help you fluently speak, and of course it's all about practice, but also I think in any job role that you have, you're able to simulate a potential interview and again practice your answers, practice your responses. So these are just a couple of areas where we've seen voice AI have interesting applications for students, universities, even in assessment for that matter. We are seeing universities think about Viva-based assessments, right? Like that a lot of times now offline it's easy to submit assignments using ChatGPT or Perplexity or other tools. But the thoroughness of your understanding is communicated when you are explaining the idea. And at least an early assessment can be done using an AI agent, and then of course professors and faculty follow from there. So again, as I said, like a lot of use cases, just up to all our imagination.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think as educators, we fully realize that point that, particularly in the area of assessments, I think some new fresh ideas, innovations time has come for that today. Mr. Prakash Tiwari, last but not the least in this round, when we build AI solutions, there are lots of pilots that are happening in every organization, even in educational institutions, even at Jaipuria. But when you try to scale them up, build for larger audience, maybe larger audience beyond the institution sometimes, what challenges you foresee when you are trying to scale up AI applications, especially for the education sector? Sure. Or even in general, like scaling up large AI?
So based on my experience in building integration solutions for enterprises, one lesson's quickly coming, right, is generally AI solutions fails not because model is weak. It fails because it doesn't have access to right data at right time. This is very important, very critical. And the same thing can happen in education as well. This is called data silos problem, very common and very challenging problem in industry. And it will miss the context, as Mr. Vishal has pointed out. If you don't have context, it will be very difficult to work with that. Okay. So, and they are like, educators has to think like how to define their data pipeline very carefully and very thoroughly. Very simple examples I would like to say in education setup, right? Suppose a school wants to deploy AI solutions which identify a student who needs academic support in early stage. And a school is just giving access to, let's say, attendance record and LMS record. The school has data of extracurricular activities. So of course, in this setup, if you see, right, AI will find like something, if a student having low attendance and low scores, quiz scores, probably the right candidate, but may not be true. If you see in the holistic, right, if he has full context, right, the same student may be leading, maybe like, captain of cricket team who is bringing lots of glory and medals to the schools. So, okay, so data silos is the real problems, and educators have to think in that direction. Second problem, which is very, very critical, and I come from that background, integration is everything. Okay, if you want to scale to adopt AI, if the questions you should keep in mind, or you should ask, right, how seamlessly AI solutions is getting integrated in your systems. Okay, if a teacher and professors come into the class and he has to do lots of work just to use a tool, then probably, right, your AI adoption is going to fail. That's for sure. Okay, so it works in your context. Okay, and the last part, everyone is talking on that I just want to give a structure in that, like AI must explain. Okay, if AI solutions doesn't have like, explainability, then it won't build the trust. These are the challenges, lessons which one have to keep in the mind.
Thank you. I think these are very classical challenges for any system, and you're very right. I mean, you can't just leapfrog into an AI system until your data is done, right? You have a data warehouse or a lake, and the topology and everything is set. Great points, and I think the same reasons why systems fail continue to persist even for AI applications.
Yeah.
So I'll come back to Shivasji now. Shivasji, taking a leave from your first point, and that Jaipuria is an AI native school, could you highlight some examples where Jaipuria is investing or will continue to invest that would, take the offerings and services and the educational experience of the students to the next level?
Yeah, so when we talk about the learning experience, we have to realize that there are two sides to it, right? One is the technology side. What can technology do? But then there's the human side. What, in terms of human cognition, in terms of human learning, human motivation, what works? And as much as I'm all in on AI, we have to realize that all the studies say that relatedness, the relationships that students have with their teacher, whether it's in primary school, grade school, university, business school, and the relationship that they have with their peers inside the classroom, outside the classroom, are extremely important to learning. So AI is unlikely to completely upend these relationships. Even if it is technologically able to do so, we still have to download this content or learning or skills into a human being, right? Not into a computer system. So we will continue to invest in the student-teacher relationship through better pedagogy, through more mentorship, through more peer-to-peer interaction, which I think, even as I answered in my first question, is going to be a key skill for tomorrow. So in terms of teachers, it's not that AI, especially towards the higher end of institutions, is going to replace the teacher. But yes, it is going to replace part of the job of the teacher, and faculty members who are able to use AI in terms of course development, as Ajit spoke about, or in terms of teaching assistants and so on, are likely to be better teachers, are actually likely to have better relatedness in the classroom. Coming to the part which AI will automate, I think specifically there are two resource constraints, right? One may be a context or expertise resource constraint. However good your faculty is, they cannot know everything. And the second is their time. They are likely, however good your student-faculty ratios are, they cannot be available for each student 24/7. So when we talk about, as my colleague from Apna also spoke about, as we think about, training people for interviews, AIs are likely to have better context from what the job actually requires than any faculty can have for hundreds and thousands of available jobs. Their AIs are likely to better be able to use your CV along with the context of the job. They are likely to be available 24/7, at midnight, at 2 a.m. if you want to practice for something. Similarly, I think it's going to come in practice assessments as well. Like right now, there's only one exam because mostly there's only a certain amount of faculty available to create exams and check exams. So even if that one exam remains human assessed, you may be able to have practice exams that are AI assessed, so on and so forth in times to come. So I think towards the higher end of learning, it's going to be a partnership between human beings just because of the relatedness factor, relatability, the human relationship factor, and AI for doing tasks where there's a constraint on human time or on human expertise and context.
Thank you, Shivasji. Coming to you, Mr. Jeet, you talked about the scale of your operations and kind of AI implications you're doing. But looking at the next 5 years ahead, what would be your strategic priorities as far as AI would be concerned, given the scale of operations that you have?
Very important question, but firstly, let me compliment you, Dr. Subhajyoti, because not easy to manage a panel of 7 people. You're doing a wonderful job at it.
And they are cooperating like 100%.
5 years down the line is very difficult to tell, Dr. Subhajyoti, because the technology is changing so fast and getting disrupted so fast. It is difficult to predict what will happen 5 years down the line, but 1 year down the line, we have a clear-cut policy, and as Amity and Amity Online particularly, we have a governance framework and a policy framework in place where AI has to be implemented in these respective fields and piloted in these respective fields, whether it be for students, like I mentioned, for personalized learning, one-on-one learning with the AI bot that we have, whom we call Professor Amy. She's in a 3rd version, now a Socratic version. Okay. So more dialogue with the student and really leading to positive outputs than just giving direct one-line answers to the students. Or be it with our content team, where we're developing a lot of content, and a lot of that goes to your question, because now with AI tools, we're able to really replace a lot of content that is getting obsolete perhaps every 6 to 8 months. With AI tools now, it's possible to develop that content in few hours. We recently launched a School of AI, where we have launched 11 new 3-month certification programs for different industry tracks. So whether it be an AI for manufacturing, AI for educators, AI for healthcare, AI for IT telecom, etc. and so on. We've launched a 3-month
But what is government doing around that also?
The government, the government has done a lot in this area. But I tell you, AI, we did started doing the AI. I was dealing with the KBCS program in 1988.
What is KB? Like just for the
so the government has done a lot. Framework are getting ready. The awareness has been created a lot. In the country there are today about 150 54 kind of a startup there dealing with the different aspects of the AI. There are almost 10% of the AI system in the world there. That's what their systems are there. The country is very clear that we have to focus towards the, a kind of a AGI kind of a focus we need to do. We have certain weaknesses, we have a gaps in terms of making system tools there. So that focus, that strategy is very clear in the country that we'll focus toward the application part of it. And all the area which this panel has talked about, the entire cybersecurity policy is under modification to include the AI aspect part also there. That's what this part is there. So I think the government has done a lot, but this is a dynamic area. The challenges comes up. The government is also looking to this aspect there. The very fact this whole conference has been arranged, various aspects are being discussed, that will certainly help the government in framing out, modifying those frameworks which are needed for us to do.
Also heard Abhishek talk about. Oh, thank you so much. Avik, I will move to you. You spoke about the whole governance side of it, but I would also still like to ask, unless until in the previous panel, Amitav spoke about that we should start educating our children about AI from class 3. Okay, that's not even when physics get started or chemistry. Physics, chemistry, maths is all, it's one science, right? But he wants AI to start from class 3. So what do you think we as a country need to do to skill our people, skill our kids right from that? That is one. And second is, what about professionals here? Not only sitting here, but also around the country.
No, that's a very interesting question, Sajin. And we have to understand that AI is something that we have to upskill ourselves on. And that understanding is required. So when we look into the education system as a whole, I think particularly till class 12 and till college level, is heavily based on rote learning. The critical thinking part is missing out in many of the cases. So when you are looking into the education system as a whole, can the student understand that AI is a tool available to them which can do some part of the rote learning for you, and those are things that might not be required. Like if you ask me today, I have done all the mathematics, addition and subtraction and division when I was a kid, but do I do it on paper today? I don't do it. Because I know I have a tool available to me which is more accurate and which is more reliable and can be used all the time. So any calculation that has to be done, maybe beyond 3 or 4 digits, are always done on a calculator. I think AI will become our tool, and that is where we are going through that phase of change, where we are moving from, say, AI as a concept to AI coming in movies, like, say, we saw a lot of references to AI and people doing robotic stuff, to something that we use as a tool, and how can it help you in your education system. So when I look at it from ISB system, like I have been there for about more than 6 years now, the questions that we used to put in the exams were very different, because it was more based on what you can remember. Now, the person will use a large language model or a GPT to analyze and then use it. So on top of that, how do you make the person think critically to do that? So I think that is the part that they are evolving in, and I think everyone is using. So we are not telling students not to use any of the large language models or any of the AI tools. We know that they will use it, but how can their output become better? So instead of that, previously, if I tell them in a business school scenario that you memorize something and produce, now we can tell them you can create a complete business plan. We give you certain elements of a business, and based on that, how can you come up with a business plan? Look into the pros and cons. Look into which market it can be successful, which market it will not be successful. So the person actually is getting much more deeper into those things. So I think, as you see, as technology improves, we will go on to higher productivity levels, and that is improving. The productivity level of the students or professionals will increase in the time. So if you're not upskilling yourself, then that becomes a challenge. So that upskilling becomes very important, so that we have to go from that phase that previously whatever we learned till college is our learning. The rest of the next 40 years is the life of application. I think that phase has gone.
That phase is changing.
And we have to get our mindset change, that we have to get into a continuous learning mode. If you are happy to adopt that, then it's very fine as a tool.
So Mohit, I also ask, because you have a university as well, Mahindra University, and I know you run a beautiful school by the name MUKI, Mahindra UWC, a great school as well. And then you also have Tech Mahindra, hundreds and thousands of people over there. How are you skilling your people on AI?
Lots of it is based on maths. I think he spoke about the Russian model. Not that it's inspired by the Russian model, but lots on sciences and maths at the basic level. So at MUKI World School, as well as the Mahindra University, lots of courses on physics. And then we partner very closely with NVIDIA, Google, Microsoft in putting labs there so that infrastructure is available for research. Then the business ideas are sourced from the rest of the Mahindra group. So whether you're trying to make our holiday homes more joyful, or our tractors more intelligent, or cars more safer, or logistics more timely, or solar panel and renewable energy better in terms of power generation. This across the industries, the 19 companies we have, we source the problems which are deep and difficult to solve, and then work with the students, whether they are at an undergrad level, grad level, or PhD, and working with the partners like NVIDIA, etc., which have the infrastructure available, try and solve those problems. And some of them can become industrial solutions. So that's how we're trying to do it. I think lots of, so knowledge is almost free. Applying it is where the art and science is, right? Everybody has access to an expert. Most people, see, it's very, very interesting that 30 years ago, maybe when I needed to learn, it was very costly. I had a lot of time, right? Now, knowledge is free. I need to have time. So we need to figure out people, how they use their time. And oftentimes people are using most of their time in watching entertainment, which is good for the entertainment industry, but not necessarily people are learning. So I agree with what he was saying, that it is a very democratic force where MSME and SME have access to the best experts available through deep research, etc., in the AI model, right? You don't need to necessarily know somebody who knows in whatever you're doing, whatever you're making. So product and services, anybody, if you are entrepreneurially inclined, anybody can start likely a business, has a better chance of success versus how it was earlier, who you had to hire the best of the CA, the best tax consultant, the best expert. All of that is now available. You need to figure out how to apply it. So applying AI is where, and that's why prompt engineering, many other things people talk about, that's where it is. It's not the knowledge. Everybody has on tap knowledge. How do you apply it? So focus has to shift there. Schools have to teach that. I don't know about class 3 on who said it, why. But I think 6th onwards or 10th onwards, applying AI is where it has to be. So to me, I think that's what we're doing in our educational institution.
Thank you, Mohit. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Rai.
No, I see. I will slightly differ with that proposition that we start teaching. See, look at it. Today, India became a leading country of IT BPO kind of a scenario. 38% market is with us, worldwide market. How did we get it? Because good old days time, the English was adopted as a language. We started learning as a language. That is helping us. Today, the structure is there. You go to the 3rd standard, 4th standard, you ask them to remember the table and do the multiple calculations there. They start looking at a calculator and start doing 3:9 what and 4:4 what, that kind of scenario. So I think at that age, we should not forget the learning, mathematics learning, basic mathematics learning there. So when we talk about the AI education, it's a larger jargons we are using. I think we should not sway away. That's why in the first said, we should know what to do, what not to do. That is very important to do that. We should not take away, kill the ability of a child for a natural learning process. And that's why I said AI is more important than A. That's what I said. What AI education comes up, the child at the age of even the 10th, forget about the 10th class I'm talking about, forget about the 3 years age, 10th is somewhere around 12 or 13 years of age or so, though. Even more than that, 15 years of age 15. That time. He or she, the child, is not expected to write an AI algorithm there. But if they know how to use the application of AI, how to use ChatGPT or Gemini, that day will be difficult. As Avik said, application part of it. How That's to frame important. Your management proposal, how to structure your pie chart. I think those are important to teach them. But while teaching them, they have to use, as Rajiv said, you need to use the I mean, a common sense and formulas and tools. He used the word tools. We need to use it. So focus education should be applied rather than writing how to write the AI code. That is what I want to differentiate there.
No, thank you. This is helpful. Now, Dhruvo, you've seen Bank of India, who's done some scale work at a population level. Mahindra Group is far ahead what he is doing on AI. But then there are many clients of yours who get pilots, but they have not been able to implement AI at population level. And for economic growth, it's important that we have spoken about farm industry, we have spoken about our kids, education, we have spoken about banking, but again the manufacturing, healthcare, organizations as a whole, how do they adopt, and what are the barriers for these pilots to become scale?
So Sachin, you will see that pilots often are successful. And the reason pilots are successful is because they work on curated data. They work on a very controlled environment, right? Once you take this same pilot outside, you will face with the real life problems. And the real life problems would be data, right? Data is the basis on which all these AI algorithms run. You will have fragmented processes. You will have governance controls, and rightfully so, right? You need to have the explainability, the auditability of these models itself. So you will have these plethora of problems which surrounds it. Now, for one of our clients in the very early days, we started with a Gen AI knowledge assistant or a policy assistant kind of a thing, and the pilots worked successfully. When we tried to kind of take it to the production level or the population level, as you call it, the first problem that we faced was nobody knew what the right policy documents were. Everybody had their versions of the policy documents. The second problem was a lot of these documents had sensitive information. So you don't know what to show and what not to show. And third, as I said, right, people wanted to understand how can you explain the output of these models? How can I trust this output of these models? So what we did was, and if you look at the model itself was not the problem. The problem was the operational environment. How do I take this pilot and make it successful? It needed us to look at the data governance. And I think Rajiv talked about it, the data itself. We looked at the PII reduction. We looked at the cybersecurity or the security around that. And I think Dr. Rai also talked about it, right? You need to have a layer of security around it. And obviously, from a governance standpoint, definitely we need to explain the models. We need to make sure that the audit teams were happy. So that's one. The second, which we generally see in our clients, are the culture, right? I mean, scale is not a technical problem. It's a lot of an adoption problem itself. People do not want to adopt a model because maybe they're afraid that it's going to replace their jobs. They do not trust the transparency of the models itself. So they refrain from using these models. And how do you solve that, right? It's a culture change that you need to bring in. It needs to be driven from the top as well as from educated people from the ground level. And I think Dr. Sarkar talked about the entire skilling of people. How do they become more educated in this whole scheme of things? And I think if you look at both these two aspects, you will see that bringing this culture change, you will see a lot more adoption happening at a population level.
And you work with a lot of captives also, Global Capability Centers, GCC. You see they are doing it better than in some of the Indian companies?
I would say that, see, there is another perennial challenge with the Indian companies when these models comes, and we are kind of working at these models, which is very Indic models, right? Our sovereign models that we are speaking about. Yes, when we talk about the captives, you will see that these captives work a lot with the English language and use the models which are available outside. But when it comes to the Indian conglomerates, talk about banks, right? If it has to have a conversational AI going on, it needs to communicate, or the model needs to work on all different languages. And that is something which we are changing, right? Param 2, which was released recently, Sarvam AI, they're all looking to change this difference or this bottleneck that the Indian conglomerates would face. But between captives and Indian conglomerates, I think both of them are doing a decent job.
And this is what is happening. There are a lot of large conglomerates which are having their captives. So before moving to any follow-up, so I will like to open it for Q&A. I think you heard, I hear, that's what. Please, can someone pass on the mic? But we can hear you. Go ahead. And please, for question is for whom and what is your question? What is your name first and what is your question?
What we have been speaking about from Mohit Kapoor to Gulshan. Very good evening to all of you. Okay. Yeah. So 2 days back, I was in a village nearby to Aligarh in Atrauli. Okay. And the road was, like a distance of my hands. Okay. That much was the road. And now I'm sitting here, I'm thinking about, there are two parts of India, which one of the panelists was also speaking about, India and Bharat, okay? So my question is, I'll come to my question. So my question is that, how can we equalize the difference between that part of India and how can we make a similar competitive field for children of, who are coming from that village and from...
How will AI going to help divide? So Dr. Rai, you spoke about this divide. Give us in 1 or 2 minutes, please.
See, the only one way it is possible to do is that we must think of now providing accesses, delivering the services universally across the country there. Okay, that's one. And many pilots I have seen which are going on. First of them is the face recognition system there. Today, face recognition system is very, it gives you 1 meter kind of a scenario accuracy there. You do that, there are so many NGOs working on sending the photographs. But largely, we need to use the satellite system or the high bandwidth internet system, even terrestrial, for delivering those educational programs there, educational program. For example, I give very simple use out of the village, talk about that area. See, fixing the puncture in a tire in a sophisticated car, I'm not talking about BMWs or all kind of thing, I'm talking about Mohit's car there. See, fixing those puncture itself is an issue. When you go to the villages there, they don't know how to do the puncture fixing there. Many people know about it, but cycle and the thing, there are two different scenarios are there. If we are able to create those skill programs there, AI-based kind of a scenario model, and broadcast those, deliver those services, at least those people will understand how to fix up those punctures.
Absolutely.
Punctures there, repairing a car. I'm giving you. Same thing issue is there in terms of the repair of fridge. Fridge is a common kind of equipment which everybody is on. And I must tell you also, there, I'm not stating the facts. Forget about Delhi. Forget about the whatever area you're talking about, Aligarh. I'm talking about Delhi. The electrician doesn't know between the earth and the and kind of a live kind of a terminal. How does he do that? Left में live है, right में आपका neutral है. That's what they identify that. So if you are able to create those AI-based educational program and transmit, you can create a separate channel. It will help us to increase our employment. Again, Viksit Bharat, he talked about it. Yeah. Okay, you create those small programs, how to fix up those things. And my friend Mohit, if he spends time creating the small kind of a program for every vehicle they come. Yeah. Okay, every tire when they come out in 25, when they come up in 28, 25, 26, tire will be same, puncture will be same. But 28 things will be slightly different there. So if they come out that kind of a program, puncture, look at how much skilling will happen. Sometimes you need only trigger. I mean, the guy who's sitting at the ground, he understands those things. They're much better than a common engineering like many of us, they understand. But you need a slightly trigger, which AI can give it.
Thank you.
AI can create a model, do this way, that way, and can create a model.
Thank
That's what I was talking about. Use I, then create A.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I will have, yes, please, in the third row. Yes, yes.
I think we talked about economic growth and we talked about social good. So do you think, and last mile connectivity, but, oh, I'm sorry. I'm Prakriti, I'm from the Secretariat. We're a policy-focused organization. My question is, do we have enough policies to address risk and trust in India, or is there still a gap? And secondly, like, we talk about digital literacy, data literacy, now AI literacy, and so I talked about like multimodal, it's a time of deep fakes. So how do we get literacy to also reach that last mile connectivity?
So can I request Rajiv to talk about this, because this may be very pertinent in your...
You rightly said we need to build trust. One of us spoke about developing models. Today, when I talk about credit dispensation and say that I look on CIBIL scores, I look on income tax data, and look at the other things, whereas to that I look at cash flow statements, or I look at how much crop you have generated. I need to trust that data and start building a system on it. So there has to be a clear-cut policy guidelines, prescriptions there, which creates the trust in the overall systems which are there. So we are building on those systems, whether it is from the cybersecurity part of it or the adoption part of it, the trusts are there. One of the member here asked about how do we educate, or how do we reach out to the last mile. Education has been parting on, but then today if I want to say that mobile app is available and let the rural customer use that mobile app, how is he going to do that? If I put a small video there, or if the social media, there is something which helps him to scroll and find out that this is how it has to be used, or this has to be there. Or supposing today, we all know if a cyber attack has happened to me, what am I supposed to do? There is a number in India, toll-free number, which I need to dial, and the things will get sorted out. The education has to be there. So there are policies there which have been built. It's not that they are complete in all sense. It's a gradual process, work in progress. We need to build on these systems. We need to build on these policies. But yes, the initial framework has already been put in place, and meetings like these will help us to build on those frameworks to see how far we can take away this and then build on a robust structure which the country needs.
Thank you, Rajiv. One last one. Fourth, ma'am. Okay, ma'am has a mic. Sorry about this. It is the last one, and otherwise we'll be standing outside to us.
You are biased for this side. I think there are people on this
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't see it.
Thank you, sir.
One last question. Sorry about this.
I'm Dolly Hussain, and I've been a consulting consultant and running a consulting company for the last 25 years.
Yes.
I have been dabbling with AI for the last 20 years now. And I think we need to also look at...
Madam, what is the question? Please,
yeah, AI's role in the digital transformation.
Yes.
We've always been looking at AI for this sector, that sector, this thing, but where can we really bring in transformational effort? Transformational effect will come when we really look at problems and try to really address them under this thing. The point in question right now I'm asking very specifically is for the aspirational districts. There are certain districts in the country
and what
which
is the
have,
question?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Come to question
So,
then.
in the aspirational districts, there has to be a massive AI application which can actually really transform those aspirational districts.
So for these aspirational districts, Mohit, can I ask you, how can we make it more aspirational? That's the question?
No, not aspirational districts are the ones which are the most backward districts of the country, and they have a lot of opportunities there, but those opportunities cannot be really kind of availed just because of lack of few things, which is where we need to really bring in AI to really solve those bottlenecks and see how we could really...
Got it. Thank you. Can I
I've been working
Mohit?
on that in Northeast, and there is a lot
Sorry
of...
about this, ma'am. It has been very...
Yeah,
Mohit,
I think
please.
I'll keep it very, very short. I think finance, healthcare, and education. Those may be the three areas which have to be applied in all areas, but more for the aspirational. I think AI has a good play in all that.
Fantastic.
I think it's covered. The topics, all three topics got covered.
I think 1 hour was not sufficient for this. A big round of clap for this fantastic, and big round of clap for each one of you. You have been a great audience. Thank you so much, everyone. I think we are ready for Viksit Bharat. Appreciate this, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, panel speakers, for the insightful session.
अरे यार EMI किराया दवाई कैसे मैनेज करूं?
एक जुगाड़ है, अच्छा पैसा मिलेगा।
क्या?
अपना बैंक डिटेल्स दो, कुछ लोग पैसे भेजेंगे, फिर उनके बताए अकाउंट में ट्रांसफर कर दो, कमीशन तेरा।
इतना इजी?
अरे काहे का इजी, ये मनी म्यूल है, इलीगल पैसा घुमाते हैं दूसरे के अकाउंट से। ये अपराध है।
अपराध?
जेल के बर्तन धोने पड़ जाएंगे।
ना भाई ना, जेल नहीं जाना है।
RBI कहता है
जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
Populum tuum, benedicere hereditatem tuam, et rege eos, in aeternum Domine. Vox laudis et here.
Been given just what you call as the candies to start something new, right? So you can start doing something early work, but how do you get access to larger machines, and do we have those capabilities in India? I would say that it's something that the country has to have a both short-term and long-term plan. How do we do it? And then the third part, which goes towards developing models and the marketplace. I probably marketplace is something probably not my forte, but models are very critical. And as you know, any new technology is eventually an equalizer, right? Quantum computing is one such technology. So we have something called as larger problems which cannot be solved using the current computing systems. And that's why that people are looking at building quantum computers. So almost all your chipsets today and the transistors are already at a couple of nanometers. Anything beyond actually will not work. The regular physics doesn't work. So you obviously need what you call as better computing. That is where quantum computers come in, but they are not good for almost all kind of work. So they're good at solving larger problems. So that's where quantum computing gets plugged with AI, which is eventually going to give a lot of power in terms of processing data. And I think you can look at what NVIDIA is doing on quantum computers. But eventually any country, if it is able to develop this technology, that is something where you will become, you actually would be calling as, democratizing it, because then you have the power, the hardware with you, and that's where the buck will stop, okay? So probably this is the initial thing.
Right. So Animesh, I was expecting quantum computing to come and the specialized hardware. Yes, Suvi, your take.
Thank you. I think we couldn't have found a better lever, a better pillar to start this conversation. So overall, let's look at the context. We're hosting the IndiaAI Summit in India, and that's one of the first large conversations that we're doing in the Global South. Why is this important? So we need to understand the difference between telecom and internet. So when it comes to telecom, we've had 4 national telecom policies. Telecom works as a licensor arrangement. When in 2014, roughly you had about 220 million mobile phones. Now you're sitting on 700 mobile phones. The cost of data was very, very high. And it's really important to not just understand, we often discuss compute because it's the most obvious aspect. When a country decides to regulate supplies and creates quotas, then you see it, you feel it. And then you've got the IndiaAI Mission, which is saying that for the first time at 280 rupees an hour, I'm making GPUs available to startups. So about 38,000 GPUs were procured. But that's where the conversation only starts. The journey when it comes to the internet, and there are 7 layers of the internet, right? We only see content, we see use cases. The conversation where Europe often tends to fix their air conditioning, we start talking about putting the roof over our heads. So we have to first talk about access. We have to talk about critical infrastructure resources. We also need to bring back conversations around root servers in the room. What happens when the submarine cables get cut? And this is a very real geopolitical scenario. When it comes to AI, of course, there's compute, then there are use cases and application, then there is even the question of talent. So India owns 40% of world's AI talent. Why is it that you don't have more use cases? Why do you not have more IP, more patent? Why is it that you would still be building in the back end? That conversation is very, very important. So we are talking about when you say truly democratizing AI, it has to work at the level of infrastructure, which is where you have chips, NVIDIA, AMDs of the world. Then it is about language models, and it's not a one-size-fits-all even there. So the question is, can we compete with billions of US dollars in investment? What is happening with Bharat GPT at IIT Mumbai? We're also talking about small language models. Can we look at more local contexts? How do we make sure question of linguistics is brought about? What is Bhashani up to nowadays? Where is it that the APKs are plugging in? Then there is the third aspect, which is about apps and use cases. And that's where consumer tech attention economies get built. So we are not having enough conversation also about success stories. The first lever is who's using AI, for whom are we building AI? Are we just a captive recipient or a consumer of AI? No longer possible, right? So India is also a prosumer of AI. And that's where the conversation that will I only look at what's at the top, what is palpable, the conversations which will happen in a hotel in Lutyens, Delhi, or will we have conversations about that farmer in Koraput, Kalahandi, in Meerut, in Badayu, who's using real-time use cases of applications. So this is where how important is AI for your government? Do they see it as a question where it's going to make them lose or win an election? Where is it, let's say, the intersection of an IIM Lucknow with an IIT Kanpur going to happen? I come from UP, and I'm so glad that IIM Lucknow put together such a well-curated panel. And even at this time, we've got an almost full room, which tells you about why this question is so, so important. So we will have to look at every single framework. The last conversation in this thread, before I yield, is the question of frameworks. So where is it that standards are being set? Okay, we're competing for share of voice also with our neighbors. Very appropriate and such an important question. And I want to reiterate this point that conversation may happen in Vilnius, it may happen in Baku, it may happen in a very, very fancy room where you're not even present. So 5 different aspects to that. There are I-Star organizations that set standards when it comes to the internet. There's ISOC, which allows for community participation. Ishan, I think we'll have to go and request our neighbors to sort of lower their volume so that our conversation can also be heard. So this is where we'll have to discuss how many Indians can be present in those rooms. Sometimes even the question, who does the funding? How many people from academia are going to be present in that room? Okay, so now we've increased our own voice. Great, this is wonderful. जो ज़्यादा ज़ोर से शोर मचाएगा, उसका ही हो रहा है democratization of artificial intelligence. So in real world cases, आपको शोर भी मचाना पड़ेगा, but आपको उस कमरे में मौजूद भी होना पड़ेगा. And that's ISOC. ISOC allows for communities, multi-stakeholder participation. Then there's ITU. ITU is where telecom standards are set, where only multilateral conversations happen. दो सरकारें आपस में बात करेंगी. आप अगर उस कमरे में पहुंच भी गए, आपको बोलने का हक नहीं होगा. That's where you have to advocate with your MP the importance that he will lay during the time of election and where that funding will happen. Does my demographic dividend or does my core constituency, whether it's MSMEs, whether it is that Vyapari Mandal in Chandni Chowk, are they going to care about this issue enough? Are you going to make enough noise about ensuring that we are not left behind in the conversation? So 2G, 3G, we were following up. But as far as AI is concerned, because we have massive engineering talent and might, we have to do this much in terms of value addition. तो भले ही हम chip अभी नहीं बना रहे हो, but in Sanat we've started looking at packaging, wafers, we're looking at 3rd or 4th generation. But this conversation that this is where the might will be, this is where we'll prepare the future of work, this is where the future of jobs is going to get written. और वो in every district in Uttar Pradesh, there are 72 districts. They have put up incubators. And we are working not just with IITs and IIMs because they'll need less hand-holding, as in Mobi, we're India's first unicorn. And we're so delighted that the second unicorn was built in just 2 years. This is what the phone looked like. Some of you were present in the previous session. Each time you press the power button, it serves content on the lock screen across 72, about 550 million devices. That means 55 crore log, बिना phone unlock करे, they can consume content across 18 categories. That's science and technology 101. Yes, we're using artificial intelligence and we're ensuring that content delivery is happening so that they're able to be clued in. The third app is called Glance AI. In just one selfie, it will generate 18 looks for you. That's downloadable. And that is disrupting how marketplaces are being made. Commerce is being written. We've connected 450 new suppliers. They can ship world over. It's your personal stylist, and that's where we're saying fashion commerce is inclusive. It's aspirational. So a lot is happening in India. We need to discover that. We need to take pride in that. And this democratization needs to be seen as a flywheel model, not just chip, but framing, setting standards, making sure you're part of the discourse. And that's why this summit truly matters.
Great. So I heard prosumer and I heard government losing election over AI. So if that is what it makes the difference. So if it is mattering and if it is government is losing election, that is where AI is making the impact. And then I heard IIM and IIT getting clubbed together, and that's very interesting. At IIM Lucknow, we have an AI lab. So that was like 8 years back, it was set up. And at that time, the question was, why an AI lab in IIM? It should be in IIT. And that's where AI-enabled or tech-enabled businesses thought was produced. And it was great at that time. The leadership at that time, they thought about it, and they actually have an incubator center where they talk about AI or tech-enabled startups. So, yep, very interesting. My take on this is, if you look at it, what we are looking at is AI available to everyone? Is a new entrepreneur, can they actually start an AI business? And do they have sufficient information or sufficient models? I mean, today we know you can get all kind of AI models available, all large language models are available, which is like open sourced. But is that only the thing? Now, when we started our journey, when we were doing the POCs, that is what it looked like. But when we started scaling, and we realized that no, that is not the only thing. Compute and then the data are the other two challenges. And then the third challenge, which is not coming out very clearly by anyone here, and we are not talking about, is the operationalization of it. If you're getting millions of data points and you're working on it, how you're going to take care of it. So you have to have an operational excellence in that direction. So these are my take. Let's go ahead and work a little on the access to compute. So what is the biggest barrier to accessing sufficient compute? If I put that question to the panelists.
So Amit, maybe, I mean, I also started my journey about 8 years ago, okay, 8-9 years ago. I see that, you know, there are a lot of things probably, you know, entrepreneurs can take it today, which was not available, let's say, a decade ago. So let's say you want to run a startup. You need a lot of other things also, not only the tech, right? In that way, you know, you have sufficient access, at least getting the basic things for you. So you have, I mean, there's not much of a compute in that sense. But let's say you want to develop some early models and you want to do some POCs that we believe is broadly available, at least as far as, you know, you're looking at classical computers in traditional computers in place. But when we look at more refined and more sophisticated models, that is where you actually end up paying a premium. That's where actually having, you know, associated with some of the most reputed labs, or let's say, you know, startup incubators, is going to be helpful, because eventually everything will boil down to how fast, how good, how accurate you can process something, and where does all of this actually come from. So I have, we do something also called neural networks, but kind of a bridge between quantum computers. But the access to computing, especially quantum computing, is not very easy. You get only very couple of bits just to try something out, but otherwise you end up paying premium. Now, in the recent past, we have seen what happens. You know, we have seen it ourselves, right? That a president can be taken out, right? Doesn't it give you a threat that imagine that in today's time, you know, laws are not applicable to the weaker ones. I mean, to the powerful ones, right? So the powerful one can exercise their whatever act they want to do. Think about the times when, you know, we are not the ones who are holding this compute, this power, the hardware, the entire infra. If we are not the ones who are holding it, where does it leave us? So there won't be any what you call as a East India company coming again, because we'll obviously become digital colonies if we don't take care of the data. So that is something I definitely feel that it's very important that, you know, where the policy actually comes in, Amit, because without the policy as to who is the actual owner, and that cannot be decided 10 years from now, right? That's where the data has to be safeguarded. So let's say something which is still kind of very open is about how DPDP actually, you know, works in the case of, you know, AI. I mean, that is something very not clear. At least we have seen some discussions, but there is not much as to how my personal data is getting, you know, used. In terms of the compute part, I had mentioned that, you know, that even in compute, we are not building those as of now. So there is a semiconductor mission, and there a lot of work is happening, but we are not there yet. So that actually definitely puts it's a very important that we have our long-term plan, mid-term plan clearly charted out, because 10 years down the line, all of these, you will not have the time to go back and rework on your drawing board, right? So you have to start now that, okay, you are actually in a moving train. So of course you have to use AI. Of course you have to do whatever that is required, and you can't be untouched by it. But then you have your planning, you have your strategy right as to how do you want to go in the next 5 years. How do I have, so of course, you know, when the policy comes in, the innovation will actually come down, but then actually that has to do more with the ethical practices, establishing law around it. How do you actually enable access as well, right, to the data? So like, for example, if you want to do, you can use homomorphic encryption to process data. That actually is one of the ways where people are working on. Without understanding the whole context, if encrypted data can be used to develop models, that is something very important. Looking at the third part, which is the developing newer technologies which will augment AI. So we talked about, quantum for AI, but there's also a AI for quantum, which is that you can accelerate the development in many other fields. I think it is the only time now when you can think truly, out of the box. Almost all fundamentals of maths and physics comes into picture, because apart from that, everything else is taken care, right? So if you look at the principal fields will become more relevant, and AI can be used to develop technologies which will eventually empower you, right? Whether it is in terms of compute, or whether it is in terms of storage, or we can talk about other applications of AI plus quantum put together, and that actually is very relevant for a country like us, because today we cannot be ignored. I think that is this is something that our Prime Minister has enabled. That today we are the largest players in the consumption, but now how do we also, and what she mentioned about prosumers, but we definitely feel that it is the time that we slowly shift, and that is something, if you can see, we have parallels. You can look at China, how they were actually the ones who were only doing the service part, but then also building products. But it's a long-term journey, and I think that is very much achievable. One question probably I would want, probably from my side, is that how does an OpenStack part, like in the case of finance and the payments, we had that OpenStack. How will that actually capture? Because in the OpenStack you had only to processing, but here it is also about capturing something, processing, and it's more complicated than probably just doing a transactional part, right? How does that work? So
sure,
yeah,
we'll come to that. Yep.
Thank you. I think everything that had to be said has been said. I'll just add a couple of more threads. I don't see compute as a problem in isolation. I think we have to see compute as the infrastructure layer. So when you talk about AI, when you talk to CTOs and CISOs largely, you have to see it as an AI stack. So how you would deal with technology and deployment, and therefore, of course, the cost becomes a barrier. It's easier said than done. The larger companies, legacy companies, can make that kind of an investment. So we've been making a very, very strong proponent to the idea that GERD needs to go up from 0.3 to 1% of our GDP, if not 2%, if not 3%. We have to ensure who's going to, see, it's very, very easy to understand. In any large-scale technology deployment adoption, the entry barrier is always going to be the highest for startups. It will be the highest for academia. And that is where, and this is a very unique contradiction, because startups are nimble-footed. Startups is the space and the ecosystem where innovation is going to happen, where disruption is going to happen. But who's normally out of the ambit? It is the same people, because imagine you've got a young IIT Kanpur grad in his second year, third year, coming out with a brilliant product idea. But that's what he's going to focus on. So this is where conversations, this is where you look at a Y Combinator kind of an ecosystem, you look at hand-holding, you look at mentorship, you look at networking, and you also look at a VWork/model of a networked compute architecture. So not only does it have to be in a data center which is accessible, they're saying, if Muhammad will not come to the mountain, can we get the mountain to move? How do we make sure that you look at government as an interlock, government as a priority agency that starts thinking like a CTO, that starts thinking like a CEO. So UP is making an attempt for the first time to create the first AI city. And when this conversation started, we started talking about, don't just see it as giving very large, beautiful pieces of land at subsidized rate. And Andhra's also done that, right? They gave you land at 1 rupee. But then what is equally important is an innovation cluster-based approach. Will you create shareable resources of compute? Can governments at scale do the procurement and ensure that sustainable architectures are made available, which are consistently available? I don't want the startup founder, and being an entrepreneur, I've often said, is a very, very lonely journey. So I have huge respect for anybody who decides to make that journey. you have to first look for a good co-founder. You also have to advocate for yourself constantly. And it's not going to happen in one day, because you are competing with good, clean food. You are competing with basic amenities. And the stakeholders that any government, I'm not talking about us, ours, I will talk about prioritization. So that's why when you look at nuclear deterrence, it gets disproportionate amount of attention. So what we've been arguing all along is we've been arguing for upskilling teachers and professors and startup founders to advocate for themselves. That is why ensuring when budget documents and drafts are being written, that IIMs also speak to not just their education committees at a FICCI or a CII or industry bodies and associations. Remember, it's in October and September that inputs start getting collected, saying what is it that you would want your ideal budget to look like. That is where interventions have to be made, saying, you know, I don't want to use that term, and it's very infamous. हम घास नहीं खाएंगे तभी हम cloud या AI power नहीं बनेंगे. With that balance, if we can look at the importance and the attention that this issue needs, it's as urgent as your house being on fire. And I do not exaggerate when I say that. So data centers have to be stable. They have to be accessible. The ideal word would be, for the lack of a better example, is McDonaldization of data centers. Can you make it as accessible? It's the last thing that I want our founders to worry about, our researchers to worry about. And when you're looking at an innovation first mindset, startup capital ban gaye hum. We've also created a lot of unicorns. We've made sure we've done things right. So infrastructure and compute seen as that layer where the amount of emphasis that you would pay on creating great highways and roads is the amount of emphasis that we need to start paying as far as compute is concerned. And that's where negotiations are going to happen, because you have to have something that you will give so that you can get this. When quotas get drafted, you have to be at an equal footage, an almost equitable footage, to be able to negotiate that position that you will get access to compute. So when global negotiations are taking place and you're discussing with the USTR and you're discussing large trade treaties, this is where you need to make sure that you put this conversation front and center and not at the periphery.
Right. So I'll put up a view here. Think of it. We have large language models. We have open source model available. You also have compute access. Of course, it comes at a cost, but you have compute access. So what you're doing, you're building your own application using open models, and you're running on compute. So essentially, open model is free, compute is costing, and you are earning some money. So what is happening? You are earning 100 rupees. You're giving 70 to compute. 10 to maybe having that model run as the way you are. What you are earning, 20. You are getting marginalized. Now, this is how, and this is what everyone wants us to think. Make more data centers, but whose chip is getting in? NVIDIA. Right? Every data center has NVIDIA. NVIDIA is $1 trillion. Tomorrow it will be 3. Is there a new AI accelerator? Is there a new chip which is actually making things different? As a founder or as a startup, do I have an option to collaborate with another startup, maybe quantum compute, to work on that piece of hardware which I can run that model on that hardware? So I need to know that model too. So this is more like a chase game. I provide you a model, I provide you compute, you actually take it, pay me, you earn something, you become an AI definitive startup, but you are not. You're actually in a loop. So you have to own your own AI stack. So if you don't, I mean, you'll get a chance to talk once we open up, and we'll do that. So that's my bit here. I'll just take another 1 minute on it. I have seen for the compute to be provided, like IIM has been providing AI lab, and likewise there are other institutes, CSR funds, who are actually having smaller AI labs. they are not for profit. So they are not like big players who are actually charging a bomb for H100s and A200s. They are only making it sure that they cover their cost. So that's one part. Yeah, so coming from that to the data part. So we are talking about access to compute and access to data. We can rent compute, but what do we do with the data? So we start with you. What is your thought on it?
Thank you. So it's at the core of everything we do. Let's go back in time. And the entire hype, which is what one of my professors said, Abhi aisa kya ho gaya hai? Why is everybody only talking about this? This is just a large machine learning project. These are statistical data which we have been working with. So from the 1970s, the Alan Turing Institute has been working with it. What changed also needs recognition. So for the first time, not just nerds, geeks and coders, but your grandmother and your chachi and your mommy and your aunt could look at the ingredients in their refrigerator, and Samsung also did that and said, here are 5 dishes that you can make with this. They could also analyze the house plants that they were growing, and they could now tell you, you're actually killing it with love. You're watering it a little too much. It's not that your plant needs watering all the time. A lot of these made sure that AI became conversational. AI increased its user base, which also means, very interestingly, more data sets. And you have to understand that when it comes to India, we are very, very unique. So for a lot of people, the first time that they will go out in a month, and especially women sometimes, will be a visit to a doctor. The way they will describe their symptoms will also be very unique. Sar mein keeda chal raha hai. And the doctor will then figure it out कि मुझे ये हो रहा है. We used to tell these jokes in the Reader's Digest saying, the doctor, it hurts here, here, here. Then he'd say, you have a broken finger, right? So you would see that as a joke. But that's where contextual learning, that is where the richness of data. And I go back in time again. I was with a bank and we were working with a municipal corporation and they were about to go bankrupt. And we said, would you open up your data to us? And they said, madam, we prefer to go bankrupt. We will not give you data because that will lead to municipal bonds being created. And of course, we understand that. But like this summit, the 3 pillars being people, planet, progress. The moment you take away the process part of it and you insert technology, some people felt that their power would go away. And which is where we wrote one of the earliest reports for METI, and we talked about open data and open governance. So you may even get a data set, but that data set would be scrubbed clean. So very, very important at every school, with every parent, with every teacher, with every official that we meet, and it could be any official, any ministry, this urgency that you need a behavior change conversation. Mask nahi lagate the na. You would see in COVID, you would see a mask at your chin, and it took a lot of effort to tell people that it would be here, it would be here, it would be here, hai mask, but jahan hona chahiye wahan nahi. So you have to understand, it's not just data, it's the kind of data, it's the format in which it is being given. Is it pre-processed data? Is it raw data? Is it usable data? Is it data that you can do anything with? This conversation that you have to treat it, and I disagree with anybody who calls it oil. I think data is even more precious than oil. Oil is limited. You will put it in a barrel. There's very little things that you can do with it. It's expendable. The more that you torture data, the more that you investigate data, the newer products will be created. But it has to be like the internet. It has to be interoperable. You need to be able to access it. And that's where we call sensitization, much like the Pulse Polio campaign, much like the Sarva Saksharta Abhiyan, that this data is precious. So the second question that we get is, how should we price data? अगर उस data के साथ कुछ कर ही नहीं रहे तो उसका value भी zero है ना. You can keep that data with you, you can hold on tight, but it's an idea that's no good because it's not ever going to see the light of day. So then what do we need to do? And that's a great segue into the next probably leg of this discussion, which is the role of policymakers. This is where building capacity, this is where telling people and understanding in every conversation what's in it for them, what's in it for you. How do you make sure that you find a global problem, you put a solution in the middle of it, you put the idea that this will help them build their legacy. So then you get an AI data coach that's valuable. Then you get data sets that are being available. About 13,000 data sets have already been made available. Then we have to understand, like the US creates trusted corridor, that if